My name is Emma Caldwell, 33 years old. At Christmas dinner with the whole family, my mother stood up, slapped a forged DNA test in front of my husband and declared, "This bitch has been lying to you since day one. She faked her infertility to trap you in a childless marriage and steal the fortune that belongs to her real sister." My sister grinned like a victor. My father drank in silence. 22 relatives looked at me with disgust. They believed they were exposing me, but my 83-year-old grandmother had been quietly filming this toxic family for 33 years. When she played the 1992 tape on the dining room TV, everything my mother built came crashing down in seconds. Before we dive deeper into what happened that Christmas night, if you love stories about toxic family secrets, betrayal, and justice finally being served, please take a second to hit the like button and subscribe. It really helps these stories reach more people. And if this already hits close to home, drop your location and the current time in the comments below. I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from right now. Now, let's go back a week to make you understand why that moment mattered. Why it broke me before it saved me. December 18th, 2025. I woke up in our Pearl District loft in Portland. Ben had already left for school. He teaches AP History at Lincoln High, always out the door by 7:15. I made coffee in the kitchen, checking my phone. Studio email. A client wanted revisions on a branding project. Normal morning, except my calendar showed the date I'd been dreading for weeks. Christmas at Mom's, December 25th. I used my father's coffee mug without thinking about it. Sullivan Auto Group's 50th anniversary mug. He'd given it to me years ago. I don't know why I kept using it. Maybe I was still trying to prove I belonged. Ben texted me around 8. "Don't forget your mom called again. She really wants us there early. Love you." I typed back, "I know, I'll survive. It's one day." But my mother's voicemail from the day before still sat in my phone, unreturned. I played it again, trying to decode the tone. "Emma, honey, please call me back. This Christmas is important. We have family matters to discuss." The word honey felt wrong coming from her. She never called me that. "I need you to understand something about my family. My mother, Patricia Sullivan, had always loved my sister Vanessa more than me. I'd known this my entire life. It wasn't subtle. Vanessa got the car at 16. I got told I could borrow Mom's sometimes. Vanessa got her college paid for. I took out loans. When Vanessa got divorced in 2022, Mom was there every day. When I got married to Ben in 2018, Mom's toast at our wedding lasted exactly 12 seconds. We wish Emma and Ben luck in their marriage." I told myself it was birth order. Vanessa was older, or so I thought. She was born in March 1992. I was born in April 1992, according to my birth certificate. A month apart. Close enough to be almost twins. People said when they saw our photos, we looked nearly identical as kids, but Mom always corrected them. "Vanessa's the older one. Emma came later." The favoritism hurt, but I'd learned to live with it. I moved to Portland, started my graphic design studio, married a man who actually loved me. I thought I'd escaped. Then Grandpa Walter died in September 2023. At the funeral, Mom cried the loudest. Dad gave the eulogy. Vanessa held her 8-year-old son Connor's hand. I stood in the back with Ben, feeling like a guest at someone else's grief. Afterward, the estate attorney, Bernard Coleman, read the will at my parents' house. Grandpa's estate, $2.6 million in liquid assets, plus shares in Sullivan Auto Group. The distribution was simple, divided equally among legitimate grandchildren of Henry Sullivan. That meant me, Vanessa, and Connor's trust fund. I remember the exact moment Bernard said, "Equal distribution." My mother's jaw twitched, just a muscle spasm, barely visible. But I saw it. She pulled Bernard aside after the reading. I couldn't hear what they said, but when he shook his head, her lips pressed into a thin line I knew too well. The estate would take 16 to 18 months to close. I didn't think much of it then. I should have. The thing I haven't told you yet, the thing that made everything worse, was the infertility. In 2019, I was diagnosed with PCOS. For 3 years, Ben and I tried everything: medications, treatments, procedures. We spent $43,600. I kept every receipt in a folder, though I'm not sure why. Maybe to prove to myself it was real, that I'd tried hard enough. The last treatment failed in November 2025. I cried for 2 straight days. Ben held me and said we could adopt. The gentleness in his voice only made it hurt more. My mother never asked about it. Not once. Vanessa sent one sympathy text after the first failed treatment, then never mentioned it again. I kept all the negative pregnancy tests in a shoebox under our bed. 73 tests. I couldn't throw them away. They felt like evidence of something, though I didn't know what. Last Thanksgiving, 2024, my mother said something I've never forgotten. We were at her house in Beaverton. Vanessa's son Connor was playing in the yard. Mom was watching him through the window, smiling. "Well," she said, not looking at me, "at least Vanessa gave us Connor. Some legacy is better than none." I walked out. Ben followed me to the car. He didn't try to defend her. He knew better. My relationship with Vanessa had always been cold. We texted maybe twice a month. I'd seen Connor, my nephew, maybe 3 times in his 8 years. Vanessa lived 12 miles away in Beaverton, close to Mom and Dad. I was in Portland. The distance felt much farther than 12 miles. On December 20th, I texted Vanessa, "See you Christmas. Should I bring anything?" She replied 4 hours later, "Mom has it covered." 3 words. That was our relationship. Then came December 23rd. The phone call. 8:47 p.m. Mom's number on my screen. I almost didn't answer. "Emma." Her voice was bright, warm, too warm. "I'm so glad I caught you. I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but family is family, you know? This Christmas feels important, like a turning point." I held the phone away from my ear and staring at it. "Can you and Ben come a little early?" she continued. "Maybe 5 instead of 6? I'd love some time with you before everyone else arrives." "Sure, Mom. We can do that." "And Emma? Wear something nice. Not those casual clothes you always wear. This is a special dinner." "Okay. Good girl." Good girl. She'd never called me that before. Not once in 33 years. When I told Ben, he laughed. Maybe she's mellowing with age. But I heard something else in the background before Mom hung up. Her voice, slightly muffled, talking to someone in the room. "She'll be there. Everything's set." Who was she talking to? Christmas Day, December 25th, 2025. Ben drove. The 12 miles from Portland to Beaverton took 20 minutes. I stared out the window at decorated houses, my stomach tight. I'd worn the navy dress Mom bought me 3 years ago. It was too tight now, but I wore it anyway, still trying. Still hoping that maybe this year would be different. 2 hours, Ben said, squeezing my hand. "Then we leave. I promise. If it gets bad, you tug your ear and I'll fake a work emergency. You're the best." "I know." We pulled into the driveway at 5:02 p.m. The house was a pristine colonial in Beaverton Hills, $850,000 when they bought it in 2015. But what stopped me was the number of cars. Vanessa's SUV, Uncle James's truck, Aunt Claire's sedan. More, way more than usual. "How many people did she invite?" I whispered. Ben counted silently. "A lot." The door opened before we could knock. Mom stood there. Perfect smile, perfect hair. She hugged me, stiff, performative, and said, "You're here. Good." Inside, I counted faces. 22 people. The dining table was extended to its maximum length, set with Mom's best china. This wasn't a family dinner. This was a performance. Vanessa was in the kitchen with Connor. She glanced up when I entered, then looked away. No greeting. Dad shook Ben's hand, asked about school. Normal small talk. But his eyes were somewhere else. And then I saw Grandma Dorothy. She sat in the corner chair at the head of the table, Grandpa Walter's old spot. Her camcorder was on her lap, that ancient Sony Handycam she'd been using since the 90s. Everyone in the family knew about Grandma's filming. It was her thing. Holidays, birthdays, random Tuesday dinners. She documented everything. I caught her eye. She gave me a small nod. Something in it felt deliberate. Place cards marked each seat. Ben and I were at the far end, near the kitchen door. Vanessa sat next to Mom. Connor next to Vanessa. Dorothy at the head. The arrangement felt tactical. At 6:18 p.m., Mom tapped her wine glass. 3 sharp rings. Everyone sat. She smiled at me. The smile didn't reach her eyes. "Before we eat," she announced, "I have something important to share." She stood, walked to the sideboard, pulled out an envelope. I saw the logo. Gene Trust Labs. My heart stopped. "Family is built on trust," Mom said, her voice carrying through the silent room. "And truth. For months, I've had suspicions about Emma. So I did what any mother would do. I sought answers." She opened the envelope, slid a paper across the table. Not to me, to Ben. "This is a DNA test," she said. "It proves Emma is not biologically related to me, to this family." The room went silent. 22 pairs of eyes turned toward me. "I had my doubts when she was born," Mom continued. "Henry and I tried for years before the girls came. When Vanessa arrived, it felt right. When Emma came a month later," she paused, letting that sink in. "Something felt off. Now I have proof." Ben picked up the paper. His hand was shaking. I saw the highlighted section. 99.2% probability subject is not biological child of Patricia Sullivan. "That's not possible," I whispered. Mom's smile turned sharp. "Denial won't change science, Emma." But she wasn't done. She stood straighter, voice rising. "This bitch has been lying to you since day one, Ben. She faked her infertility to trap you in a childless marriage and steal the fortune that belongs to her real sister." The word bitch hit me like a slap, in front of 22 people, in front of my husband, my family. "She's been manipulating you," Mom continued. "All those fertility treatments? Convenient, isn't she? Can't have children, so she gets sympathy. Gets you to pay for expensive procedures. Gets to stay in a marriage without delivering what she promised." Vanessa was nodding. Actually nodding. Dad poured himself more wine. Didn't look at me. Aunt Claire gasped. Uncle James started to stand, but Mom held up her hand. "Let me finish," she said. "And now, with Dad's estate about to close in February, she stands to inherit $800,000. Money meant for real Sullivans. For Vanessa. For Connor. I won't allow it." Connor, 8 years old, looked confused. "What's happening?" he asked his mother. Vanessa whispered, "Adult stuff. Aunt Emma has been lying." My sister believed her. They all believed her. Ben stood up. "This is insane. Emma, we're leaving." Mom slid another envelope toward him. "This one's for you, Ben. About those fertility treatments she's been making you pay for. You might want to read it." I grabbed it before Ben could touch it. Opened it with shaking hands. Inside was a document. Medical letterhead. Official looking. Claiming I'd never had PCOS. That I'd lied about the entire thing to trap Ben in a sympathetic marriage while pursuing family inheritance. My vision blurred. I pulled out my phone, hands trembling, and opened my real medical records. Showed them to Ben. This is real. That's fake. I don't understand what's. Anyone can forge documents, Emma. Mom interrupted. We know that now, don't we? I looked around the table. 22 faces. Some looked away. Some looked curious, like they were watching a trial. None looked sympathetic. Disgust. That's what I saw. 22 relatives looking at me with disgust. Mom, I said, my voice breaking. Why are you doing this? What did I ever do to you? She leaned forward, looked me directly in the eyes. You existed when you shouldn't have. The room went dead silent. Even her supporters looked shocked. Dad closed his eyes. Then I heard it. A chair scraping. Everyone turned. Grandma Dorothy was standing, the camcorder in her hands. Mom's face drained of color. Mother Dorothy, Mom said quickly, sit down, this doesn't concern you. Dorothy walked. 12 slow steps, I counted every one, to the TV cabinet. Opened the drawer. She'd prepared this. Everything was already set up. She held up the camcorder. I've been recording this family for 33 years, she said. Her voice was steady, clear. Most of you know this. I'm always filming. Holidays, birthdays, family gatherings. You've all been on camera hundreds of times. She looked directly at Mom. But some recordings were more private. Mom stood. You promised. You swore you'd never tell anyone. I promised I'd keep quiet unless you used it to hurt Emma, Dorothy said. You just called her a bitch in front of 22 people and tried to destroy her marriage with a forged document. The promise is broken. She plugged the camcorder into the TV. I saw the HDMI adapter, already connected. She'd planned this, known it was coming. Patricia, Dorothy continued, you knew I had tapes from 1992. You begged me never to show them. You said it would destroy the family. I agreed. For 33 years, I kept your secret. But you just crossed a line I can't ignore. The TV screen flickered blue, then static, then a hospital room. Date stamp in the corner. March 18th, 1992. 2:14 p.m. My mother on screen. 26 years old. Younger. Holding a baby. Another baby visible in a bassinet 3 feet away. Young Dorothy's voice off camera. Are you sure about this, Patricia? My mother, young, crying, looked at the camera. I can't do this, Dorothy. I can't keep both of them. The room around me disappeared. There was only the TV. Only that voice. Henry doesn't know I'm planning this, young Mom said. He thinks both babies are coming home and that's it. But I can't. I'm 26 years old. Henry's never home. I have no help. Twins will destroy me. Twins. The word hit me like electricity. What are you saying? Dorothy asked on the tape. The adoption agency is coming tomorrow. They said they can place one. I already signed preliminary papers. Mom, present-day Mom, tried to grab the remote. Vanessa moved to block her, then froze, realizing what she'd done. On screen, young Mom put down the baby she was holding, picked up the other one from the bassinet. I'll keep this one. Vanessa. She's stronger. Sleeps better. The other one, Emma. She cries all the time. I can't bond with her. I couldn't breathe. The room was spinning. Patricia, you can't give away one of your babies, Dorothy's voice said. They're twins. They belong together. I'm barely surviving with one, young Mom said. 2 will kill me. I have to choose. A long silence on the tape. What does Henry know? Nothing. He was here for the birth, then flew to Eugene for a dealership emergency. He hasn't even seen them since yesterday. I'll tell him one died. Complications. He'll never know. A nurse entered the frame. Name tag Kelly. Mrs. Sullivan, you need to decide about the birth certificates. Hospital policy requires both names filed by end of day. Young mom's face changed. I saw the exact moment the idea formed. Wait. Nurse, what if I filed them separately? Different dates? The nurse looked confused. They were born the same day, ma'am. March 15th. Both would show the same date. I know. But what if I filed one now and one next month? Said there were complications, delayed registration. The nurse shifted uncomfortably. It's against policy, but technically, different clerks process them. Hospital records versus county office. I suppose if you claimed medical reasons. Young mom turned to Dorothy. I've changed my mind. I'll keep both. But I'll file Emma's certificate late. Make it look like she came a month after Vanessa. That way, if I ever need leverage. Or if something happens with inheritance, I'll have options. Patricia, that's fraud, Dorothy said. That's insurance. Smart planning. Present-day Vanessa's wine glass slipped from her hand, shattered on the hardwood floor. 6:58 p.m. I noticed the time on the wall clock. Noticed everything. My brain was recording details it didn't know what to do with. Vanessa whispered, "We're twins." I couldn't answer. Couldn't look at her. On the tape, young mom continued, "Henry's father has money. Sullivan Auto Group will matter someday. If one daughter is legitimate, firstborn, clearly documented, and one is questionable, with a delayed certificate, I can control who gets what. I'm not saying I'll use it, but having the option, that's protecting my future." Dorothy's voice. "You'll regret treating a child this way." "Maybe, but I'll survive." Baby Emma started crying on the tape. Young mom didn't pick her up, just stared at her with something like resentment. Young Dorothy put the camera down. The frame shook, and picked up baby Emma herself. The timestamp jumped to March 20th, 1992. Hospital discharge. Nurse. "Both babies going home, Mrs. Sullivan?" "Yes, both." But her eyes when she looked at baby Emma said something different. The tape ended. The room was completely silent. I couldn't breathe. Ben's arm was around me, but I couldn't feel it. Vanessa stared at the blank screen. Her wine glass lay shattered at her feet. Uncle James spoke first. "Jesus Christ, Trish." Aunt Claire was crying. Connor asked, "Mommy, what's happening?" Vanessa couldn't answer. She'd just learned her entire life was a lie. I found my voice. "You were going to give me away?" Mom said nothing. "And when you changed your mind, you made me less than her for 33 years? Still nothing. Say something." She finally looked at me. "I kept you. You should be grateful." That word, grateful, broke something inside me. I stood. Ben stood with me. We started toward the door. "Sit back down, Emma," Dorothy said. "I'm not done." She held up a USB drive. "That was tape 1 from 1992. I have 126 more videos spanning 33 years. Should I show them the rest?" She plugged the USB into the TV. A file list appeared. Dates from 1992 to 2025. "Let me show you a pattern," Dorothy said. "This isn't about one mistake in 1992. This is about 33 years of systematic punishment." The first clip loaded. 1998. Kitchen scene. 6-year-old Vanessa and 6-year-old me. Vanessa showed Mom a report card, B+ average. Mom praised her effusively. I showed my report card, straight A's. Mom barely glanced at it. "That's nice, honey." Turned back to Vanessa. Next clip. 2000, 2 birthday parties. Small cake for me, no guests. 3 weeks later. Vanessa's party. 20 kids. Bounce house. Pony rides. 2005. My 8th grade art award ceremony. Mom didn't attend. Vanessa had a soccer game the same day. Full family showed up for that. 2006. College decisions. Vanessa received a $2,500 deposit check from mom. I asked for help. Loans build character, Emma. The clips kept playing. Years of evidence. Documented proof I hadn't imagined it. 2018. My wedding. Mom's toast. 12 seconds. We wish Emma and Ben luck. Then a clip from a hallway. Mom on the phone didn't know Dorothy was filming. Emma's marrying that teacher. I give it 3 years. She doesn't know how to build a real partnership. I watched myself get erased in real time, year after year, moment after moment. Then November 2025. The video showed Mom at her computer. Laptop screen visible. She had a DNA test template open, downloaded from somewhere online. Template letterhead, Gene Trust Labs. She was typing my name into fields, filling in fake data. Sample A, Patricia Sullivan. Sample B, Emma Caldwell. Probability of relation, 0.8%. She saved it, printed it on her home printer. Next clip, FedEx office. Mom handing the printed document to an employee. I need this on premium cardstock. Make it look professional. Then another clip. November 23rd. Mom in her car. Dorothy filming from the back seat. Mom didn't see her. Mom on phone. Vanessa, I have the proof. DNA test shows Emma's not related to me. I'm planning to present it at Christmas. Big family dinner. Maximum impact. Yes, I know it will hurt her. That's the point. She needs to be exposed before February when the estate closes. You'll back me up, right? For Connor's future? Vanessa's voice on the phone. Yes, Mom, I'll back you up. For Connor. Present day. Vanessa looked sick. Final clip. December 15th, 2025. 10 days ago. Mom in her bathroom, practicing in the mirror. This bitch has been lying to you since day one. She adjusted her expression, tried again. This bitch has been lying to you since day one. Rehearsing. Planning the performance. Uncle James pulled out his phone, Googled Gene Trust Labs. His face went pale. There's no Gene Trust Labs, he said. No business license in any state, no accreditation. Trish, you made this up. You forged it. Mom said nothing. You forged evidence, James continued. That's a crime. Dorothy ejected the USB drive, held it out to me. All 127 videos. They're yours now. Use them however you need to. I've already given copies to the lawyer I hired for you. Her name is Judith Castellano. I took the drive with numb fingers. Mom finally found her voice. Fine. You want truth? Emma's birth certificate is fraudulent. I filed it. That makes her legally questionable as an heir. The will says, legitimate grandchildren. Any lawyer could argue that. The estate closes in 55 days. Good luck getting a judge to fix a 33-year-old birth certificate in time. She was threatening my inheritance, after everything. You're threatening her? Ben said quietly. After everything we just watched? I'm protecting my family's legacy from someone who was never supposed to have a claim to it. Dorothy slid a napkin to me, written on it, Judith Castellano, and a phone number. Below that, call Monday. I hired her weeks ago. We're going to fix this. Ben took my hand. We walked to the door. If you leave, Mom called after us. You're choosing her over family. Ben didn't even turn around. I'm choosing my wife over liars. We reached the door. I heard Vanessa's voice behind us. Wait. I turned. Vanessa stood, Connor's hand in hers. I'm coming with you, she said. She walked past Mom without looking at her, stopped in front of me. We're twins? She whispered. I nodded. I never knew. Mom told me last week you weren't really related to us, that she had proof from a DNA test. She said we needed to protect Connor's inheritance from someone who didn't belong. I thought she was telling the truth. You knew about tonight, I said. The attack. I thought we were exposing a lie. I didn't know we were perpetuating one. She pulled out her phone, showed me a childhood photo. Two girls, maybe 5 years old. Identical faces. Different outfits. I always thought we just looked similar, she said. I never saw it. But we're the same. Dorothy came out with her coat and a small suitcase. I'm not staying in that house another night. Vanessa, can I stay with you? Of course, Grandma. We stood in the parking lot, four of us under harsh fluorescent lights. Cold December night. Vanessa was shaking. I need to tell you things. Things I didn't understand until tonight. Age 7, Mom whispered to me. You're the special one. Emma's just there. Age 12, I got an expensive birthday party. You got a card? Age 16, I got a car. You were told you could borrow Mom's sometimes. She was crying now. She told me you were difficult, that you chose to be distant from the family. But you weren't distant. You were protecting yourself. I tried so hard, I whispered. I tried to be what she wanted. You were never going to be what she wanted. Because what she wanted was for you not to exist. Dorothy handed me the USB drive again. Call Judith Monday morning. She specializes in inheritance fraud and birth certificate corrections. We're going to fix your certificate, and we're going to make sure you get what's yours. I looked at Vanessa. You called her Mom just now. Not at the house. You called her Patricia. I don't have a mother anymore, Vanessa said. But maybe I have a sister? I couldn't answer. Not yet. Too much pain. I don't know yet, I said finally, but maybe. We drove home in silence. Ben held my hand the whole way. The next morning, my phone exploded. Texts, calls, messages. Uncle James, whatever you need, I'm here. Aunt Claire, I'll testify in court if you need me. What Patricia did is unforgivable. The Cousin Rachel posted on Instagram, sometimes family means cutting out toxic people who never should have had that title. I counted the responses. 22 people at that dinner. 12 reached out to support me. 5 sided with Mom. 10 went silent. A local news website had the story. Oregon family Christmas dinner ends in explosive DNA revelation. 33-year secret exposed. Someone had leaked it. The story was going viral on local social media. December 27th. I met with Judith Castellano at her downtown Portland office. She was 52, sharp gray suit, warm but no nonsense. Dorothy had sent her everything. Here's the situation, Judith said. Birth certificate fraud from 1992 would normally be outside statute of limitations, but your mother used that fraudulent document in 2025 to create a fake DNA test and attempt inheritance fraud. That makes it continuing fraud. The statute of limitations resets with each new fraudulent act. Can you fix it? I asked. I can try. We file an emergency petition next week. Argue imminent financial harm due to the estate deadline. Push for expedited hearing. What are the chances? With this evidence? Very good. But we need to move fast. She estimated legal fees at $18,000 to $28,000. Dorothy offered to pay. I refused. This is my fight. I'll handle it. It was the first time I'd claimed full agency in a family matter. Your mother will fight this, Judith warned. She's facing potential criminal charges. People get desperate when they're cornered. December 28th. I met Vanessa for coffee. Just the two of us. Awkward at first. Then she pulled out a box from her car. Childhood photos Mom had let her keep that I'd never seen. Hospital bracelets from 1992. Both said, Baby Girl Sullivan. Birth timestamps 5 minutes apart. 3:42 a.m. and 3:47 a.m. Photos of 2 identical newborns in one bassinet. Look at the back, Vanessa said. Dorothy's handwriting. The Sullivan twins. God help them. We ordered coffee while we talked. When the barista brought our drinks, she smiled. Twins. We looked at each other. We'd ordered the exact same thing. Almond milk latte, extra shot. Neither of us had told the other our order. Yes, I said. We're twins. Vanessa started crying. I called Mom this morning, told her I'm testifying for you if this goes to court. She hung up on me. I'm sorry, I said. Don't be. I just lost my mother, but I found my sister. The media attention grew. Local news picked up the story. Twins reunited after 33-year secret, mother accused of birth certificate fraud. TV stations wanted interviews. I declined them all. Dorothy gave one statement. Sometimes truth takes decades to surface. We're grateful it finally has. Mom's lawyer released a statement. This is a private family matter being exploited for attention. Mrs. Sullivan denies all allegations of fraud. But Judith told me something interesting. Patricia's lawyer called. Wants to settle quietly. You withdraw the petition. They recommend 50% estate distribution. She's scared, Judith said. That's good. Means the evidence is strong. January 3rd, 2026. We filed at Multnomah County Circuit Court. Emergency petition for correction of birth record. Fraudulent filing with imminent financial harm. Case number 2026-CV-00187. Evidence bundle, 1992 hospital tape, St. Vincent Medical Center twin birth records, blood typing records, both AB negative, rare. Dorothy's testimony, genetic twin markers, mom's falsified April 1992 filing. The clerk stamped it. Judge Thornton will review for emergency status. Filing fee, $350. I paid it myself. Leaving the courthouse, I saw Mom's lawyer entering. He nodded professionally. Didn't speak. The war had officially begun. January 6th. Judge Angela Thornton granted emergency status. Given documented imminent financial harm and prima facie evidence of fraud, this matter is granted emergency expedited status. Hearing set January 22, 2026, 10 a.m. 16 days. Lightning fast for family court. Mom was served January 7th. Her response filed January 9th. Denied fraudulent intent. Claimed administrative error during difficult postpartum period. Judith's counterbrief. This is not a 1992 isolated incident. This is continuing fraud. Defendant actively used the falsified birth certificate in November to December 2025 to manufacture fake DNA evidence and destroy petitioner's marriage for financial gain. Under Oregon law, fraud affecting inheritance has extended statute of limitations. When fraud is continuing, the limitations period restarts with each fraudulent act. Depositions began. Mine was 4 hours. Straightforward. I showed medical records proving PCOS. Showed bank records for $43,600 in fertility treatments. Mom's lawyer asked, "Isn't it true you've always felt less favored and are using this to extract money?" "I'm using this to correct a 33-year-old lie my mother told to control inheritance," I said. "The money isn't the point. The truth is." Vanessa's deposition was 3 hours. Emotional but strong. She testified she didn't know she was a twin until Christmas. Dorothy's deposition was devastating. 2 hours. Calm, precise, unshakable. Mom's deposition was 5 hours. Combative. When asked directly if she filed a false birth certificate, her lawyer said, "Don't answer." The judge could compel an answer at the hearing. Mom's strategy became clear in the court filings. Postpartum defense. Claims she was mentally ill in 1992, made irrational decisions under psychological crisis. Her psychiatrist expert witness. Postpartum psychosis can cause irrational thinking, inability to bond with infant. Mrs. Sullivan exhibited classic signs. I learned for the first time that Mom had been prescribed antidepressants for 3 months after we were born. It complicated things. She wasn't just evil, she'd been sick. But Judith's cross-examination was brutal. Dr. Reynolds, does postpartum depression from 1992 explain Mrs. Sullivan forging a DNA test in November 2025? No, that would require separate evaluation. January 22nd, 2026. The hearing. Mom took the stand, cried during testimony, framed herself as a reluctant hero who kept both babies despite overwhelming circumstances. I didn't love them differently, she said. I parented them differently because they were different children with different needs. Judge Thornton listened, then asked directly, Mrs. Sullivan, did you intentionally file Emma's birth certificate 1 month after her actual birth date in April 1992? Mom looked at her lawyer. Your Honor, he objected. I'll allow it, Judge Thornton said. Answer the question, Mrs. Sullivan. Long silence. Yes, Mom finally said. The courtroom went quiet. But I did it because I was terrified, she continued. I was 26, alone, overwhelmed. I thought if I kept some legal flexibility, I could protect myself if things got worse. But you did use it against her, Judge Thornton said. In November and December 2025, correct? Circumstances changed. The estate was closing. I needed to protect Vanessa's future. By destroying Emma's present? I did what I thought was right for my family. Emma is your family, Mrs. Sullivan. Mom's voice went quiet. I know, I never saw her that way. That admission, the most honest thing she'd said, hung in the air. Judge Thornton closed her notebook. I'll issue my ruling within 48 hours. Court adjourned. February 10th, 8 days before the estate closed. Emergency meeting with Estate Attorney Bernard Coleman. Everyone present. Me, Vanessa, Mom, Dad. They were separated now, living apart. Dorothy, Connor, both lawyers. Coleman explained the problem. Walter's will says legitimate grandchildren. Until the court corrects Emma's birth certificate, her status is technically in question. Mom's lawyer jumped on this. My client maintains that Emma Sullivan Caldwell's legal status remains uncertain. The fraud that created that uncertainty was perpetrated by your client, Judith countered. She doesn't get to benefit from her own misconduct. Coleman looked tired. If Judge Thornton rules in Emma's favor by February 12th, problem solved. If not, I'm freezing the distribution until legal certainty is established. All eyes turned to Vanessa. She had the most to gain financially if I was excluded. $1.6 million versus $800,000. Mom leaned forward. Vanessa, honey, think about Connor's college fund. Stop, Vanessa cut her off. Just stop talking. She stood, faced Coleman. Emma is my twin sister. We were born 5 minutes apart on March 15th, 1992. I have hospital records. I have our matching bracelets. I have photos. I have Grandma's testimony. And I have 33 years of lies I'm done perpetuating. Mom's lawyer tried to interrupt. Vanessa ignored him. I don't care about the money. I care about doing what's right. Emma gets her half. Period. If that means I wait 6 more months, fine. If it means I get less, fine. She's my twin. She gets her share. Vanessa, Mom said desperately, you're making an $800,000 mistake. No, Mom. You made a 33-year mistake. I'm correcting it. Connor looked up from his iPad. Mom's right. Aunt Emma twin should get her money. Grandpa wanted her to have it. Wisdom from an 8-year-old. Mom grabbed her purse. Stood. Fine. Throw away your inheritance. See where that gets you. She walked out. Door slammed. No one followed. February 12th, 2026. We waited at Judith's office. 2:47 p.m. Her computer dinged. Email from the court. Judith read aloud. The court finds that while Mrs. Patricia Sullivan experienced documented postpartum depression in 1992, this mental health crisis does not excuse or explain her deliberate actions over the subsequent 33 years. She continued. More critically, Mrs. Sullivan's November-December 2025 actions, fabricating a DNA test, publicly humiliating the petitioner, attempting to destroy her marriage, demonstrate this was not a decades-old mistake, but continuing fraud with active, malicious intent. Court orders. Emma's birth certificate corrected to March 15, 1992. Certificate amended to note. Twin birth. Co-registered with Vanessa Kate Sullivan. Patricia fined $5,000. All legal costs, $18,600, awarded to Emma. Emma recognized as legitimate grandchild for all legal purposes. Court recommends District Attorney Review, November 2025, document forgery for potential criminal prosecution. I cried when Judith read the words, twin birth. It was real now. Official. Legal. I was a twin. February 18th, 2026. Estate Distribution Day. Bernard Coleman called. Funds transferred to your account ending in 4891. Stock certificates arriving by certified mail. I checked my phone. $800,000 pending deposit. It didn't feel like victory. It felt like payment for 33 years of pain. Vanessa texted, "We're business partners now. Sullivan Sisters. Want coffee?" We formed Sullivan Sisters Holdings LLC to manage our joint 40% voting power in Sullivan Auto Group. Dorothy moved in with Vanessa and Connor permanently. Mom and Dad filed separation papers. Uncle James and 11 other relatives stayed in contact with me. 3 relatives remained loyal to Mom. 8 stayed neutral. My father started reaching out. Weekly coffee meetings. Tentative. Apologetic. "I didn't know about the twins," he said at our first meeting. "She told me from day one you were born a month apart." I never questioned it. "You saw how she treated me," I said. "You did nothing." "I know. I'm sorry. I was a coward." He tried to give me Grandpa's watch. I refused. "Fix this first. Then we'll talk." He did leave Mom, though. Filed for divorce in March. That was something. Mom sent one email after the distribution. Ben read it first. "You've destroyed this family. I hope you're satisfied. Don't expect me at your funeral." I blocked her email address. Didn't reply. No engagement. Complete closure. March 15th, 2026. Our birthday. Mine and Vanessa's. Our first as known, acknowledged, legally recognized twins. We turned 34. Emma and Ben's loft. Decorated by Connor. Hand-drawn banner. Happy birthday, twins. 14 people came. Carefully chosen. Uncle James and his family. Aunt Claire. Cousin Rachel. Dorothy. Not Mom. Not invited. Dad sent a text. "Not ready yet, but I'm working on it. Happy birthday to both my daughters. I love you." The cake had 2 tiers. Connor's design. Happy 34th birthday, twins, in purple frosting, his favorite color. Dorothy gave us matching photo albums. Your first year, together. She'd been assembling them secretly for 2 months, 80 pages each. Hospital photos, matching outfits, moments Mom never showed me. Then Dorothy made an announcement. "I'm funding the startup of something called the Twin Rights Legal Defense Fund," she said. $100,000 seed money. Emma and Vanessa are each contributing $50,000 from their inheritance. She explained. A foundation to help adoptees and twins separated by fraud find truth and legal recourse. Partnered with Judith's firm for pro bono support. Logo designed by my studio, 2 interlocking circles. "This is my legacy," Dorothy said. Better than tapes in a closet. This is how we turn your pain into someone else's hope. Vanessa gave me a framed photograph. The newborn bassinet photo. Dorothy's handwriting on back. The Sullivan twins. March 15th, 1992. God help them. I booked us appointments at St. Vincent Medical Center for March 20th, Vanessa said. They're releasing our full twin birth records. I want us to see it together. Ben made his own announcement, voice shaking. Emma and I got a call last week. Adoption agency. There's a baby girl, 6 months old, available in April. We said yes. Connor jumped up. I'm going to have a cousin. Can I teach her about being a Sullivan? Vanessa hugged him. The best parts, buddy. Late evening, party winding down. Vanessa and I stepped onto the balcony. Portland city lights below. Cool March evening. We stood side by side, shoulders touching. We lost 33 years, Vanessa said. We have the rest, I said. What if it's not enough? Then we make what we have count. Starting now. Comfortable silence. I looked at baby photos today, Vanessa said. The ones Grandma gave us. We were so tiny, so identical, and she just decided one of us mattered less. She was wrong. I know, but I participated. For years. I believed her. You didn't know. You were manipulated too. Do you forgive me? I paused. Honest. I'm working on it. Ask me again in a year. She nodded. Fair. Connor appeared in the doorway. Mom! Aunt Emma twin. Grandma Dorothy wants to cut the cake. Inside, we gathered around. Connor held the knife with help from both of us. 3, 2, 1. He cut. Cake distributed. Laughter. Connor smeared frosting on my nose. I retaliated. Vanessa joined in. Full frosting war. Dorothy was filming, of course. She never stopped. Her voice, quiet, narrating to the camera. This is what I waited 33 years to see. 2 sisters, 2 twins. Finally together. Finally free. It was worth every day of waiting. Every tape I kept. Every secret I held. Because this moment, this love, this joy, this family they're building, this makes it all worth it. The frame froze on us laughing, covered in frosting. I think about that moment now. The split screen in my mind. Left side. Black and white photo from March 15th, 1992. 2 newborn babies in one hospital bassinet. Identical tiny faces. Dorothy's handwriting, the Sullivan twins. God help them. Right side, color photo from March 15th, 2026. Vanessa and me at our birthday party. Same faces, 34 years older. Connor between us. All 3 laughing, covered in frosting. Ben and Dorothy in the background smiling. Family isn't just the one you're born into. It's the one you choose. The one you fight for. The one you build from truth, not lies. Vanessa and I were always twins. We were always sisters. We just had to survive 33 years of someone trying to erase that. But truth doesn't stay buried forever. Love doesn't either. My name is Emma Caldwell. I'm 34 years old, and I finally know who I am. My name is Ella Reese. I'm 29. 2 hours before my wedding, my father texted, "Your wedding isn't a real family event. We're going to your cousin's baby shower instead. Save the drama, kiddo." I read it once. Then I finally understood why, for 10 years straight, every time I tried to escape, a better job, a new city, a life of my own, my father suddenly collapsed, had an emergency, or needed me to stay. And every single time, I stayed. That day, my father-in-law walked me down the aisle and toasted, "You are the daughter I waited my whole life for." A guest filmed it. 8 hours later, the video exploded to 4 million views. But it wasn't the toast that broke the internet, it was the caption. And the moment I read that caption, Everything I thought I knew about my father detonated. Because 4 million strangers learned the truth before I did. And that was the second my entire life flipped upside down. Before I go on, if this story already hits too close to home, if you've ever been the good daughter who got punished for trying to build a life of your own, take a second to like and subscribe. Drop your location and the exact time where you're listening from in the comments. I read every single one. Let me take you back. My parents split when I was 8. Mom moved to Atlanta. Dad stayed in our little house in Antioch, just south of Nashville. A 2-bedroom with a screen door that never closed right, and a kitchen where the faucet dripped if you didn't twist the handle hard enough. It was just the two of us after that. Dad worked logistics at a warehouse distribution center. Long hours, early mornings, the kind of job that gave him control over schedules and shipments and people's time. I did homework at the kitchen table while he heated up canned soup or microwaved whatever Aunt Tammy had dropped off that week. We weren't rich. We weren't fancy. But every night before bed, he'd put his hand on my shoulder and say, "We're a team, kiddo. Don't ever leave the team." I heard love in that sentence for 21 years. I didn't hear the lock click until I was 29. When I was 12, I got selected for a summer academic program in Memphis. 2 weeks. Full scholarship. First time in my life I'd been chosen for something outside our zip code. I remember holding the acceptance letter at the kitchen table, reading it twice because I didn't trust the first time. Dad came home, saw it, and smiled. "I'm proud of you," he said. He kissed the top of my head. Then he sat down across from me and rubbed his eyes. "I've been feeling a little off lately," he said. "Probably nothing. Headaches, some dizziness." He shrugged, picked up the acceptance letter and read it again. "Go to Memphis, honey. I'll manage. I'm a grown man. I can take care of myself for 2 weeks." He said it the way people say things when they want you to argue. I was 12. I didn't know the word for that yet, but I knew the feeling that saying yes would make me a bad daughter. I didn't go. I stayed home, made him chicken broth, took his temperature every morning with the little digital thermometer from the bathroom drawer. We watched cartoons on the couch, while my classmates spent 2 weeks in Memphis doing science labs and field trips. Dad sat with his arm around me and said, "See? This is better. The team's together." A week after the deadline passed, he was fine. Back at work. Back on schedule. No more headaches. No more dizziness. That was the first time. I didn't know there would be 7 more. The pattern grew with me, quiet as wallpaper. You don't notice it when it's covering every wall you've ever known. At 15, I made the JV volleyball travel team. Coach called my name at tryouts, and I stood there with my mouth open like I'd been picked for the Olympics. The week before the first away match, the one where scouts from 2 Nashville high schools were supposed to watch, Dad came home early from the warehouse clutching his chest. I spent the night in the ER with him. Doctors found nothing. Stress, most likely. Maybe reflux. I dropped the team. Told Coach I had family stuff. She said she understood. She gave my spot to someone else. At 17, I got accepted to a pre-nursing program 2 hours away. The acceptance email came on a Tuesday. I told Dad on Wednesday. Thursday evening, he had what he called a pre-diabetic episode. Shaking, sweating, said his vision went blurry. I drove him to the hospital. His blood sugar was normal. Everything was normal. By Saturday, he was eating barbecue at Tammy's house. I enrolled locally instead. Each time, the crisis arrived exactly when the door was about to open. Each time, the crisis disappeared the week after the door closed. And each time, I sat in whatever waiting room or hospital hallway I'd landed in and told myself the same thing. He needs me. He's all I have. This is what family does. I never once connected the timing, because he was my father. And fathers don't do that to their daughters. Then came Chicago. I was 22. fresh out of nursing school at Belmont. Good grades, strong clinicals. And I got the offer, a floor nursing position at one of the largest hospitals in Chicago. The kind of job you frame the offer letter for and show your grandkids. Double my Nashville salary. Full relocation package. A city 7 hours north where nobody knew my father's name or my family's history, or the girl who always stayed home. I called Dad from the parking lot of my apartment, sitting on the hood of my car. "I got the job," I said. My voice was cracking. Not from fear, from the kind of joy that scares you because you don't trust it yet. "That's wonderful," he said. That was it. 2 words. No follow-up question. No, "When do you start?" No, "What's the hospital called?" No, "How's the neighborhood?" Nothing. Just wonderful. Flat. Like reading the weather off a screen. I should have heard it. The emptiness. The calculation. But I was 22, and I'd been trained since childhood to hear love in every silence. 48 hours before the deadline to accept the offer, Dad collapsed at home. A neighbor found him face down on the kitchen floor. I drove 2 hours through rain so heavy I could barely see the lane markers. Sat in the ER at Vanderbilt for 6 hours while doctors ran blood work, EKGs, a CT scan. The attending came out around midnight, chart in hand. "We can't find anything definitive. Probably dehydration. Could be vasovagal syncope, a fancy word for fainting when you're stressed." I called Chicago the next morning and turned down the position. Dad was released by noon. By the weekend, he was mowing the lawn and grilling burgers on the little charcoal grill behind the house. I watched him from the kitchen window and told myself I'd made the right call. I kept that offer letter, put it in a shoebox under my bed. For years, I'd take it out on nights I couldn't sleep. I'd stare at the hospital logo, the salary number, the start date that came and went without me. I'd run my thumb over the paper until the crease softened and the ink smudged at the edges. Chicago was the big one. The one I still think about at 2 in the morning when the house is quiet and Tyler is asleep and the ceiling fan turns overhead, and I wonder what my life would have looked like if I'd gotten in the car and driven north instead of south. But I didn't. Because my father needed me. Because the team needed me. Because that's what good daughters do. At least, that's what I believed. There was another time, smaller, but it sits in me like a splinter. I was 23, a year after Chicago. I'd been seeing no one, doing nothing, working doubles at Vanderbilt and spending weekends at Dad's house making casseroles and checking his blood pressure with the cuff I bought at CVS. Then a friend from clinicals, a woman named Cassie who'd moved to Knoxville, called and asked if I wanted to go on a weekend trip to Asheville. "Just 2 days," she said. "Mountains, a bookshop someone told me about. I'll drive." I said yes. I was excited. I packed a bag Thursday night. Friday afternoon, Dad called. "Hey kiddo, I'm having some chest tightness. Probably nothing." Pause. "When are you leaving for that trip again?" I unpacked my bag, drove to Antioch, found Dad on the couch eating pizza and watching a Titans game. "Oh, it passed," he said when I walked in. "Must have been heartburn. Want a slice?" I sat next to him and watched football and didn't say anything. Cassie called that evening from the car. I sent it to voicemail. She didn't call again. We drifted after that. The way friendships drift when one person keeps canceling. Except it wasn't drifting. It was engineering. I built my career at Vanderbilt Medical Center. Night shifts, double shifts, holidays. I was good at my job. Attentive, steady. The nurse other nurses came to when a patient coded or a chart didn't add up. My supervisor, Scott Jennings, nursing director, 40-something, ex-military, no nonsense, pulled me aside one day when I was 24. "Senior nursing position is opening up next quarter," he said. "I'm putting your name forward. You've earned it." I went home that night feeling like the door was finally opening again. I called Dad. Nothing unusual. Our Wednesday check-in. "How's my girl?" he said. "You nervous about tomorrow?" I told him everything. The interview time. Scott's name. How long I'd been working toward this. How it could change my career, my salary, my future. I talked for 10 minutes straight. Dad listened. Patient, quiet. Then he said, "I'll be praying for you, kiddo. You deserve this." I went to sleep, feeling loved. I woke up the next morning and ironed my scrubs. I drove to Vanderbilt early. I waited outside Scott's office for 20 minutes, rehearsing answers in my head. When Scott finally called me in, he looked uncomfortable. He wouldn't meet my eyes. "We went another direction," he said. "I'm sorry, Ella. Keep up the good work." No explanation, no feedback, just another direction. I sat in the hospital parking lot for 20 minutes afterward. Not because I was crying, though I was, because I was trying to figure out what I did wrong, what I missed, what was broken in me that kept breaking every door I tried to walk through. Then I drove home and made Dad dinner. Baked chicken, green beans, his favorite. He squeezed my hand across the table and said, "There'll be other chances, kiddo." A year later, I applied to a master's in nursing program. Weeks on the application. Essays, recommendation letters, transcript requests, everything. I told Dad the day I submitted. He smiled across the table, the same kitchen table, the same dripping faucet, and said, "Good for you, kiddo." 3 weeks later, the email. "We regret to inform you that your application has been withdrawn." Not rejected, withdrawn. I called admissions. A woman with a practiced professional voice said, "We received a call from a family member indicating you wish to withdraw your application due to a family crisis." "I didn't call anyone," I said. "The caller identified himself as your father." I brought it up that night at dinner, kept my voice casual. "Just a question." Dad didn't even look up from his plate. "Must have been a scam call, kiddo. You know how those things work. People pretend to be relatives. It happens more than you think." I believed him. There was nothing else to believe. Because the alternative, that my own father called my graduate school and pulled my application the week after I told him about it, wasn't something I could hold in my mind and still sit across from him eating baked chicken. I deleted the screenshot of the email 3 months later. I didn't want to look at it anymore. I told myself I'd reapply next year. I never did. Have you ever had someone in your life who always seemed to show up right when things were about to get better? And somehow, they never did? Tell me in the comments. At 26, I met Tyler Whitfield at a hospital charity event. He was quiet, broad-shouldered, a civil engineer with calloused hands and a voice that made every sentence sound like it came from the bottom of a well, deep, unhurried, certain. His father, Craig, was a retired labor attorney. 30 years reading fine print, catching employers in lies, building cases that other lawyers wouldn't touch. Tyler mentioned Craig that first night. "My dad says nurses are the only people in hospitals who actually know what's happening," he said. I laughed. Really laughed. The sound surprised me. It had been a while since my face did that. Tyler asked me to dinner. I said yes without thinking. Which, for me, was the most radical thing I'd done in years. That evening, Dad called. His name on the screen. The familiar pull. I stared at it for 6 seconds. Then I set the phone face down on the table and went back to my pasta. It was the first time in my life I made Gerald Reese wait. I didn't call back until the next morning. When he answered, he sounded surprised. "Tried you last night," he said. "Everything okay?" "Everything's fine, Dad. I was busy." That word, busy. It was the first time I'd ever said it to him without feeling guilty. 2 hours before my wedding, I was standing in the bridal room. White dress, veil pinned, bouquet of white peonies on the side table. The room smelled like hairspray and vanilla candles. My maid of honor was adjusting my train. The photographer was testing her flash in the corner. My phone buzzed on the vanity. Dad. I picked it up. We're going to your cousin's baby shower. We'll be there for real family events, kiddo. The room kept moving. My maid of honor laughed at something. The photographer's flash popped. But I was somewhere else. I was standing in that kitchen at 12 years old, holding an acceptance letter, watching my father rub his eyes and say he felt a little off. I read the text 3 times, not because I didn't understand, because I was waiting for the follow-up, the just kidding, the I'll be there in 20 minutes. It never came. I called him, straight to voicemail, called again, voicemail. I called my mother in Atlanta. Denise picked up on the second ring. Her voice was already tight, already braced. I know, she said. Ella, I'm at the baby shower. Your father told everyone here that you postponed the wedding. Tammy, Haley, Uncle Doug. They all think you're not getting married today. I held the phone away from my ear and stared at the wall. My father hadn't just skipped my wedding. He'd driven to Haley's baby shower, sat down in a lawn chair, and told my entire extended family that the wedding wasn't happening, while I stood 2 miles away in a white dress with no one to walk me down the aisle. He wasn't absent. He was active. He was running the same play he'd always run, controlling the story, making sure everyone heard his version first. Don't let him ruin this day, Mom said. I hung up, set the phone face down, looked at myself in the mirror. My jaw was tight. My mascara was intact. My hands were steady. Tyler knocked. Elle? Dad wants to know, can he walk you down the aisle? I picked up my bouquet, opened the door. Yes. Tell him yes. Craig Whitfield stood at the end of the aisle in a navy suit and a tie that didn't quite match. His hands were clasped in front of him, knuckles white, and his eyes were already red before I reached him. When I took his arm, I felt his hand trembling. Then he leaned down, close, private, just for me, and said, I've waited to do this since the day I found out what he did to you. I thought he meant today. The text. The baby shower. He didn't mean today. We walked. 40 steps. I counted them. My chin was up. My bouquet didn't shake. Tyler stood at the altar with his shoulders squared and his eyes locked on mine like I was the last fixed point in a spinning room. For the first time in 29 years, someone chose to be there. Not because they had to, because they wanted to. During the reception, Craig stood. The clinking stopped. The room settled. He lifted his champagne glass and looked directly at me. I always wanted a daughter, he said. I didn't know I'd have to wait 61 years to find her. His voice cracked, just once, then steadied. Ella, you are the daughter I waited my whole life for, and I need you to hear this. You were never the problem. Not once. Not ever. You were always the prize. And anyone who didn't see that doesn't deserve a seat at this table. The room cried. Tammy's friend dabbed her eyes with a napkin. Tyler's college buddy was blinking hard. Haley, watching on someone's Instagram live from the baby shower, texted Tyler later and said she'd sobbed so hard she had to sit down. I didn't cry. I held my glass and I nodded, and I let someone love me out loud for the first time in my life. Across the table, my former colleague, Brittany Cole, held her phone steady and filmed the whole thing. That night, Tyler and I were in the honeymoon suite. Champagne going flat on the nightstand. I checked my phone one last time. Brittany had posted the video. Beautiful father-in-law speech at wedding. 1,200 views. Sweet comments. Then I noticed a second upload. Different account. Different caption. A lot more views. Climbing fast. Tyler saw me staring. He reached over and gently took the phone from my hands. Read it tomorrow. he said. Tonight is ours. He kissed my forehead, turned off the lamp. I lay awake in the dark, watching the red dot of the smoke detector blink on the ceiling. Something about that second upload pulled at me. Like a loose thread on a sleeve you know you shouldn't touch. I didn't sleep. Morning light. I reached for my phone before I opened my eyes. The video had 4 million views. I found the re-upload. Read the caption. This man walked his daughter-in-law down the aisle after her father spent 10 years sabotaging every milestone she almost reached. Every emergency. Every illness. Every time she was about to fly. He clipped her wings. She just didn't know yet. I put the phone face down. My hands were shaking. I picked it up. Read it again. Put it down. Picked it up. Tyler was sitting on the edge of the bed. He wasn't touching me. Just there. Steady. Waiting. My dad has been trying to find the right time to tell you, he said. Tell me what? He's been looking into your father for almost 2 years, since you told me about the Chicago offer. Since the grad school thing, he made some calls. He found things. I stared at the screen. 10 years. Sabotage. Wings clipped. 4 million people had read those words before I opened my eyes. Brittany had written that caption. Brittany, who'd been at Vanderbilt when I lost the promotion, who'd looked into my father's medical records after Chicago and found no hospital admission, no ER visit, no documentation of any collapse. She'd known for years. And when she filmed Craig's toast and saw 4 million people watching, she decided it was time. 4 million people knew the truth about my father before I did, I said. Tyler put his hand on my knee. He didn't say it would be okay. He didn't say anything. He just stayed. I scrolled the comments. Not for comfort, for evidence. One comment had 12,000 likes. A woman named Linda. I was her college roommate's mom. Her father called me in 2016 and said she had serious problems and I should warn my daughter to stay away. I told Ashley to cut contact. I am so deeply sorry. I stared at that comment for a long time. Ashley, we'd been inseparable for 2 semesters. Study partners, late-night talks, weekend road trips. Then one day she stopped answering my texts. I saw her at a campus coffee shop and she wouldn't look at me. I thought she'd outgrown me. I thought I was too much, too needy, too broken. My father called her mother and told her I was dangerous. Another comment, further down. My son played travel volleyball with a girl matching this description. Her father called the coach and said she had a knee injury, so they'd cut her from the roster before the first match. She never knew she made the team. I closed my eyes. Every comment was a door I didn't know had been locked, and behind every locked door was a version of my life I'd never gotten to live, not because I wasn't good enough, but because someone made a phone call. I kept scrolling. A comment further down from a woman I didn't recognize. I went to high school with a girl I'm now 99% sure this is about. Her father called my track coach in 2011 and told him she had a stress fracture in her shin. She got pulled from regionals. She cried in the locker room because she thought her body failed her. It didn't. He did. Regionals. I remember that. I remember the coach sitting me down and telling me the school nurse had flagged my medical file. I remember arguing. I remember him saying, "Your dad confirmed it." I remember going home and icing a shin that didn't hurt while my teammates ran the 800 without me. I was 16. I thought my body betrayed me. It was never my body. I closed my eyes and set the phone on my lap. What do you think her father told her boss? And what do you think was in that folder her father-in-law had been building for 2 years? Stay with me. 2 days after the wedding, a DM appeared on my phone. Scott Jennings, nursing director, my old supervisor, the man who gave my promotion to someone else 5 years ago. Ella, I owe you an apology I should have given you years ago. Your father called me the day before your promotion interview. He identified himself and said you were entering an inpatient rehabilitation program and that he was concerned about your stability. He asked me, in the most reasonable, worried father voice I've ever heard, to give the position to someone more stable. I believed him. I am so sorry. I read it 4 times. Then I walked to the bathroom and sat on the tile floor with the phone in both hands. The exhaust fan hummed. The grout was cold under my legs. My father had called my boss, used his name, his fatherly voice, his "I'm just a concerned dad" script, told Scott I was going to rehab, said the word stable like he was putting a shelf back on the wall, and he'd done it the night after I told him everything: the time, the position, Scott's name, how much I wanted it. "I'll be praying for you, kiddo." That was the night he made the call. Tyler found me on the bathroom floor. He didn't ask what happened. He sat down next to me on the cold tile and put his palm flat on my back, and we stayed there while the exhaust fan hummed and the faucet dripped, and neither of us said anything for a long time. "He didn't just hold me back," I said finally. "He called ahead and locked every door before I could reach it." Tyler didn't move. After a while he said, "Do you want to see what my dad found?" "Not yet," I said. "First, I need to hear something." The next morning, I called the graduate school admissions office, asked the same question I'd asked 3 years ago. Who withdrew my application in 2022? The registrar checked the file. Keyboard clicking. A long pause. Then, "A man identifying himself as your father. He stated you were dealing with a family crisis and would not be continuing your studies." "That's my father," I said. "But I never asked him to call. I never authorized the withdrawal." Silence. "The date," I said. "What date was the call made?" She read it off. 2 days. 2 days after I told Dad I applied. 2 days after. "Good for you, kiddo," over baked chicken. I thanked her and hung up. Sat in my car in the Vanderbilt parking lot. Engine off. Windows down. The May heat settling into the car like a blanket I didn't want. I opened my contacts. Scrolled to Dad. His smiling face. Barbecue smoke behind him. Squinting. I imagined him dialing the admissions office with one hand and eating leftovers with the other. Saying my name to a stranger. Saying crisis. Saying, "She won't be continuing." Then hanging up and going about his day. I locked the phone and drove home. That afternoon, I opened Facebook. Gerald Rees had posted publicly, "My daughter is going through a mental health crisis. The viral video was taken out of context. Please pray for our family during this difficult time." 214 shares. Aunts, neighbors, church acquaintances, guys from the warehouse, all rallying around a grieving father. "Praying for you, Gerald. Stay strong. We know you're a good dad." The truth always comes out. I sat at the kitchen table and read every comment. Same script, same language, the exact same playbook he'd used with Scott, with the grad school, with Ashley's mother, with the volleyball coach. She has problems. She's struggling. She needs help. But this time he wasn't whispering it into one phone. He was broadcasting it to 400 Facebook friends. I screenshot the post. Then I screenshot every comment. Tyler walked in, looked at my screen. His jaw tightened. "Let him talk," he said. "My dad has something that'll end this." Same script, different stage. But this time, I was watching. Dad called that evening. His name on the screen. I stared at it for 3 rings. Then I picked up. Not because I wanted comfort, because I wanted to hear the machine run one last time, with my eyes open. "Honey," he said. The voice was pitch perfect. Warm, worried. A voice that had been calibrated over decades. The concerned father frequency, the one designed to make you feel guilty for doubting it. "I'm so worried about you. People are sending me that video. All these comments. It's not good for you to be reading that stuff. He paused. Let the silence do work. I think you should come home for a few days. Get away from all this noise. Tyler's great, but he's young. He doesn't understand what you need right now. You're stressed, honey. The wedding was a lot. Come home. The same two words. The same gravity well. The same invisible leash tightening around a neck I hadn't known was collared until 4 days ago. I'm your father, Ella. I know when something's wrong with you. I've always known. I used to hear love in that sentence. Now I heard the warden making rounds. He knew when something was wrong because he manufactured it. Every collapse, every crisis, every emergency that arrived on cue and disappeared on schedule. He didn't know me. He monitored me. I'll think about it, Dad, I said. My voice was flat, even. I hung up without saying goodbye. I didn't think about it. Not for 1 second. The next morning, Haley called. Ella. Her voice was low, rushed, like she was hiding in a bathroom at her own house. Uncle G told me something. He said if you go public with any of this, the video, the comments, anything, he'll release something about your mom. Something that will destroy her. He says he has proof. I don't know what it is. But he told me to tell you. He said, stop. I sat on the edge of the bed for a long time after she hung up. My father was using my mother as a hostage. I called Denise. Mom, Dad says he has something about you. Something he'll release if I don't back down. The silence that followed wasn't surprised. It was exhausted. 20 years exhausted. I know what he has, she said. Before the divorce, during that last ugly year, Mom had a brief affair. A coworker. It lasted less than 2 months and ended before the papers were filed. Dad found out. And he'd held it over her head every day since. Through the custody fight, through the holidays, through every time she considered warning me about him. If you tell Ella who I really am, he'd told her, I'll tell Ella what kind of woman you really are. So she stayed quiet. Not because she agreed with him, not because she wanted to, because every time she thought about telling me the truth, she imagined my face hearing that my mother had been unfaithful, and she couldn't do it. She chose my comfort over her freedom. 20 years. That's what silence costs. Mom, I said, I don't care about that. I care about what he did to me. Long pause. I could hear her breathing. Then let him use it. I'm done being scared. My mother had been a prisoner for 20 years. That phone call was her escape. Craig came to our apartment that evening. He sat at the kitchen table in his reading glasses, a manila folder thick as a hymnal placed between us. Tyler sat next to me. Neither of them spoke first. Craig just set the folder down and looked at me over his glasses. I started this 2 years ago, he said, after you told Tyler about the Chicago offer, after the grad school withdrawal. I couldn't let it go. Something was off. So I made some calls. He opened the folder. 7 people, Ella. He called 7 people in your life over the course of 10 years. I have phone records, dates, times, durations. I have email correspondence from 2 of the 7. I have signed written statements from 3 others. He told every single one of them something different about you. You were an addict. You were mentally ill. You were in crisis. You had a physical injury. But the goal was always identical. Keep you small. Keep you close. Keep you where he could reach you. I looked at the folder. The edges were worn. Craig had been carrying this thing around for months, adding pages, organizing tabs, building a case the way he'd built them for 30 years in courtrooms across Tennessee. I opened it. Page 1. Phone records. A call from Gerald Reese's cell to Scott Jennings's direct line at Vanderbilt Medical Center. Date. The evening before my promotion interview. Duration. 11 minutes. 11 minutes to take apart a career I'd spent 3 years building. Page 2. A call to the admissions office of Vanderbilt's graduate nursing program. The same week I submitted my application. The same cell number. Not a scam. Not a stranger. My father. Page 3. Linda, Ashley's mother. A 7-minute call in 2016 where Gerald told her I was exhibiting concerning behavior and she should keep her daughter safe. Page 4. The volleyball coach. A 4-minute call in 2013. Gerald said I had a torn ligament and wouldn't be playing. I was 15. I didn't have a torn ligament. I had a father with a phone. Page 5. A landlord in Chicago. A woman who'd been holding an apartment near the hospital for incoming staff. Gerald called her and said his daughter wasn't relocating after all. I never knew about the apartment. I never knew someone had already found me a place to live before I'd even accepted the offer. Pages 6 and 7. More calls. More scripts. More doors quietly closed while I sat in Antioch wondering why nothing ever worked out. 7 people. 10 years. Every single time, the same opening line. I'm her father. She's going through a difficult time. Please don't tell her I called. I closed the folder. I want to do this in front of everyone, I said. Craig nodded slowly. I know the perfect setting. I called Aunt Tammy the next day. I want to have a family dinner, I said. Kept my voice soft, warm, the good niece voice I'd been trained to use since childhood. To clear the air about the wedding, I think Dad and I need to talk. Tammy's voice brightened immediately. Oh, honey, that's so mature. Your daddy will be so happy. He's been worried sick. Can you invite everyone? Uncle Doug, Haley, everyone. I want the whole family together. Of course, sweetheart, I'll set the table. I hung up. Tammy would call Gerald within the hour. I was certain of it. She'd tell him his daughter wanted to make peace. Gerald would shower, iron a shirt, rehearse his lines in the mirror. He'd drive to Tammy's house on Sunday thinking the narrative was restored. The prodigal daughter returning, the family reunited, the team back together. He'd sit at the head of the table and wait for me to apologize. He would not be expecting a manila folder. I called Craig. Sunday at Tammy's. Can you bring it? I'll bring 2 copies, he said. 1 for the table, 1 for whatever comes after. I called Denise. Mom, I need you there. She didn't hesitate. I'll leave Atlanta Saturday night. I'll be there by morning. I set the table, I set the guest list, and I set the trap. The night before, Tyler and I sat in our kitchen. The folder was open, pages fanned out, tabs color-coded in Craig's meticulous handwriting. Blue for phone records, yellow for statements, red for the dates that matched Gerald's emergencies. Craig was on speaker. Everything's organized chronologically. 7 calls, 7 lies, 1 pattern. I went to the bedroom and pulled the shoebox from under the bed. Inside, the Chicago offer letter. Creased from 6 years of folding and unfolding, I brought it to the kitchen and set it next to the folder. This was supposed to be my life, I said. Tyler held my hand and didn't say a word. Tammy's dining room. Sunday evening. 8 chairs. Long oak table. The overhead light casting that warm yellow glow that makes everything look like a memory. Gerald sat at the head of the table. His chair. His kingdom. He'd arrived 20 minutes early. Of course he had. He was wearing a pressed button-down and his safest smile, the one he wore at church and family barbecues, the one that made every person in the room feel like they were in the presence of a good man. Tammy was in the kitchen plating food. Haley sat in the middle of the table, both hands resting on her belly. 7 months pregnant. Glowing. Quiet. Uncle Doug was by the window nursing a Bud Light and talking to no one. Denise arrived last. She'd driven 6 hours from Atlanta. She didn't hug Gerald. She sat at the opposite end of the table, folded her hands, and said nothing. Craig and Tyler flanked me. I sat directly across from my father. Gerald looked around the table and spoke first. Of course he did. I'm glad we're doing this, he said. He leaned back, surveying the room. Patient, expansive, a man in his element. Family is everything. I know the wedding was emotional, but I think we can all put it behind us and move forward. He looked at me, waiting for me to soften, to cry, to thank him for coming. I reached into my bag, placed my phone on the table, opened the screenshot. 2 hours before my wedding, I said, "You sent me this." I turned the phone so everyone could see. Then I read it aloud. "We're going to your cousin's baby shower. We'll be there for real family events, kiddo." Tammy's hand went to her mouth. "Gerald, you sent that? On her wedding day?" Gerald shifted in his chair. His smile flickered but held. "That was taken out of context. I was going through a lot that day. You don't understand the pressure I was under." I didn't react. I opened Scott's DM and read it. Every word. Out loud. "Your father called me the day before your promotion interview. He said you were going into rehab and asked me to give the position to someone stable. I believed him." I set the phone down and looked at Gerald. "I have never been to rehab, Dad. You know that." Uncle Doug set his beer on the windowsill. "What the hell, Gerald?" Gerald's mouth opened, closed. His eyes moved around the room, searching, scanning, looking for an ally. Haley stood, one hand on her belly, the other gripping the back of her chair. "Uncle G," she said. Her voice cracked on his name. "You told me she postponed the wedding. You told me she changed the date. I believed you." A tear rolled down her cheek. "I should have been there. I should have been at my cousin's wedding." Gerald looked at Haley, then at Tammy, then at the door. Craig stood. He reached beside his chair and placed the folder in the center of the table. Slowly. The way you lay down evidence in a courtroom when you know the jury is already watching. "Gerald," he said. His voice was level, unhurried. 30 years of depositions and cross-examinations packed into every syllable. "I've been a lawyer for a long time. I know how to build a case." He opened the folder, fanned the pages across the table. 7 people, 10 years. Every time your daughter was about to take a step forward, a job, a degree, a friendship, a city, a life, you picked up the phone and stopped her. I have the phone records. I have signed statements. I have dates that match every emergency you ever invented. He pointed to the first page. You called her boss and said she was going to rehab. Second page. You called her school and withdrew her application. Third page. You called her college roommate's mother and said she was mentally unstable. Fourth. You called a volleyball coach when she was 15 and said she had an injury she never had. Fifth. You called a landlord in Chicago and canceled an apartment she didn't even know existed. Craig's finger rested on the last page. 7 calls, 7 lies, 10 years, and the same script every time. I'm her father. She's struggling. Don't tell her I called. The room was the kind of silent where you can hear the clock on the wall. Gerald pushed his chair back. The legs screamed against the wood floor. He stood up. "This is ridiculous," he said. His voice was too loud, too high. "You're all being manipulated by—" He looked at Craig, at Tyler, at me. Then the mask cracked. "I did it because I love her." His voice broke on the word. She was going to leave. She was going to leave, and she was never going to come back, and I was going to be alone in that house. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. I stood. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't shake. I didn't cry. I looked at the man who had held my life in a closed fist for 10 years, and I said, "You didn't lose me today, Dad. You lost me every time you called my boss. Every time you called my school. Every time you called my friends, you just didn't know I'd find out. I reached into my bag. I pulled out the Chicago offer letter. Creased, soft, the ink smudged at the edges from 100 sleepless nights, and I placed it on the table in front of him. This was supposed to be my life. Gerald looked at the letter, then the folder, then me. For the first time in 56 years, Gerald Reese did not have a script. Denise rose at the far end of the table. She walked 3 steps closer, looked directly at Gerald. "I'm not afraid of you anymore," she said. Even, clear, no tremor. "Whatever you have on me, say it. Right here, right now, in front of everyone." Gerald stared at her. His jaw worked. Nothing came out. Tammy whispered, "Gerald, did you really call her school?" He grabbed his coat from the chair. He walked to the front door. He didn't look back. The screen door, the one that never shut right, just like the one in Antioch, slapped shut behind him. Engine started. Taillights shrank down the driveway until they disappeared. Nobody followed him. The room after Gerald left was the quietest room I have ever stood in. Haley was crying into her hands. Tammy sat motionless, staring at her own folded napkin. Uncle Doug leaned against the wall, arms crossed, looking at the floor. Craig closed the folder, looked at me. "You did good, kid." I stood in that dining room, the same room where I'd eaten Thanksgiving turkey and Christmas ham and pretended everything was fine for 15 years. And I said, "I'm going no contact with my father. If anyone in this room wants to keep him in their life, that's your choice. I won't hold it against you. But I need you to understand. He didn't just miss my wedding. He stole 10 years of my life, and I am done pretending he didn't." Nobody argued. Nobody asked me to think it over. Nobody said the words I dreaded hearing. "But he's still your father." Nobody said it because nobody could. The folder was open on the table. 7 phone calls, 10 years. The evidence didn't leave room for but. Haley came to me first. She was still crying. The quiet, shaking kind. Her hands were on her belly like she was protecting someone from what she'd just heard. "I didn't know," she said. "I swear to you, Ella, I didn't know." I took her hand. "I know you didn't. You were a kid too." "He was always there for my stuff," she whispered. "Every recital, every ultrasound appointment, every Sunday dinner. I thought he was just the best uncle in the world." She looked at me. "He wasn't doing it for me, was he? He was doing it to hurt you." I squeezed her hand. I didn't need to answer. We both already knew. Haley wiped her face. "I don't want him at the hospital when the baby comes," she said. "I don't want him holding my child and pretending to be something he's not." Tammy heard that from the kitchen doorway. She didn't speak. She just turned around and went back to the sink. The water ran for a long time. Mom found me by the window. She was watching the empty driveway, the place where Gerald's taillights had been. I stood beside her. The crickets were loud. The streetlight at the end of Tammy's road buzzed the way it always had, every summer, for as long as I could remember. "He kept me quiet for 20 years, she said. Not crying, not asking for forgiveness. Just saying it the way you report a weather event that already happened. Something I did before the divorce. Something I'm not proud of. He held it over me every time I got close to telling you the truth." "Mom, I don't need to know what it was." She turned to me. Her eyes were dry and clear. "I drove 6 hours to be here tonight," she said. "That's my answer." I hugged my mother. Not the sad kind. Not the kind you give at funerals or hospital rooms. The kind you give someone when you've both walked through the same fire from different doors and met each other on the other side and the air is cooler and you're still standing. If you've ever had someone use love as a leash, someone who kept you close not because they cared, but because they couldn't control you from far away. I want you to know, the door was never locked. They just made you believe it was. 3 months later, new apartment. 10 miles from the old one, farther from Antioch, closer to the hospital. Tyler painted the living room himself on a Saturday while I unpacked boxes and played music loud enough to hear from every room. The place smelled like fresh paint and possibility and nothing at all like canned soup or guilt. Tyler hung the Chicago offer letter on the refrigerator in a cheap black frame. When I asked him why, he said, "Because it's not a reminder of what you lost. It's proof of what he stole. And you should see it every day so you never let anyone steal from you again." Next to it, my acceptance letter from the Masters in Nursing program. I reapplied 2 weeks after the dinner at Tammy's house. This time, nobody called the admissions office. This time, the email said congratulations instead of withdrawn. Dad called 14 times in 3 months. I didn't pick up once. The voicemails got shorter each time. The first one was 90 seconds of explanation. "There are things you don't understand, Ella. I did what I did because..." I deleted it before he finished. The last one was 4 seconds of silence and a click. I deleted that one too. Tammy didn't speak to Gerald for 6 weeks. When she finally did, she called him on a Tuesday night and said only one thing. "You need help, Gerald. Real help. Not the kind you pretend to need when your daughter is about to leave town." Haley cut him off entirely. She had the baby in August. A girl. She named her Ella. "I want my daughter to grow up knowing your name," she told me on the phone from the hospital, not his. Gerald posted one more thing on Facebook. My daughter was turned against me by her husband's family. They manipulated a vulnerable young woman for their own purposes. 12 likes, 0 shares. The comment section was empty. Tyler screenshot it and slid it into the folder, next to the phone records and the signed statements and all the other pages of a life built on lies. Just in case. I didn't read it. I didn't need to. I already knew his script by heart. I'd heard it at 12, and at 15, and at 17, and at 22. The only difference was that now, nobody believed it. Last Tuesday, I walked into Vanderbilt for my morning shift. Same hallway, same fluorescent lights, same smell of burnt coffee and antiseptic. Scott Jennings was standing near the nurse's station. He straightened up when he saw me coming. He looked like a man who'd been rehearsing something for weeks. "Ella," he said, "that promotion, the one from 5 years ago, it's open again." He paused, rubbed the back of his neck. "If you want it, it's yours. No interview needed. You earned it then. You earned it now." I smiled. The real kind. The kind that starts somewhere behind the ribs and takes its time reaching the mouth. The kind I didn't know I was capable of a year ago. "I'll think about it," I said. He nodded, started to walk away, then turned back. "Ella, for what it's worth, you were always the best nurse on this floor. I should have trusted that." I watched him walk down the hallway. Same hallway I'd walked the morning after that promotion went to someone else. Same fluorescent lights, same tile, but a different woman standing in it. I stood by the window at the end of my shift. 4th floor, Nashville below me, the skyline, the river curving south. The neighborhoods I'd driven through 1,000 times on my way to Antioch. To the house with the screen door and the dripping faucet and the man who was never actually sick. I didn't think about Gerald. I thought about the offer letter on the refrigerator, the one Tyler framed because he said it wasn't a wound, it was evidence. About Craig standing at the end of that aisle with red eyes and shaking hands, calling me the daughter he waited his whole life for, and meaning every word because he'd spent 2 years watching my real father destroy me from the inside out. About Tyler's palm on my back on that cold bathroom floor, not saying it would be okay, just being there. About my mother driving 6 hours through the dark because she'd finally decided her fear was smaller than her love for me. I thought about 12-year-old Ella holding a summer program acceptance letter she never mailed, about 22-year-old Ella folding a Chicago offer letter and putting it in a shoebox, About 24-year-old Ella crying in a parking lot after losing a promotion she'd earned. About 25-year-old Ella staring at an email that said withdrawn and believing it was a scam call. None of it was bad luck. None of it was timing. None of it was me. It was a phone, and a man who knew every number. My father didn't want me to fly, so he broke every runway I tried to take off from. He called my boss. He called my school. He called my friends. He called a landlord I never met about an apartment I never knew existed. And every time I failed, every time I sat in a parking lot or a waiting room or a kitchen wondering what was wrong with me, he was right there, arms open, smile ready. The man who pushed me off the ledge dressed as the man who'd catch me. He told himself it was love, but love doesn't clip wings. Love builds runways. If someone in your life keeps you close by keeping you small, that's not family. That's a cage. I walked out of mine, and I'm never going back. My name is Celestine Lewis. I'm 21 years old. While I was completely unconscious under anesthesia for spinal surgery, I had begged for 2 agonizing years. My own parents transferred every last cent, $31,247.83, from my college fund straight into my sister's account. My mother's text at 9:39 that morning was crystal clear. Do it now while she can't check. They didn't just steal my money. They waited until I was drugged, paralyzed, and utterly helpless, because they truly believed their own daughter was too pathetic, too naive, and too worthless to ever notice or fight back. They thought it was the perfect crime. But the second I opened my eyes, they realized something that destroyed them. The daughter they had just tried to bury alive had been protected all along, and that was the moment everything started to collapse for them. Before I continue, if this story already has you feeling angry on my behalf, please take a second to hit like and subscribe. Only if you genuinely want to hear how my own family tried to destroy me while I was unconscious, and how the one person who actually protected me wasn't even alive anymore. And right now, while you're watching, drop a comment with the word worthless if you've ever been treated like you don't matter by the people who were supposed to love you most. I read every single comment. Now, let me take you back 2 years, to the moment I first realized my own parents had already chosen which daughter deserved to live a better life. I'm a junior at State University, political science major, pre-law track, GPA 3.8. I work 15 hours a week as a research assistant for Professor Whitman in the Constitutional Law Department. I make $14 an hour. I save every penny I can because for the last 3 years, I've been paying my own way through college with student loans and work. My older sister Vanessa is 26. She dropped out of college her junior year after our parents had spent $90,000 on her private out-of-state tuition. She currently lives at home, rent-free, with $45,000 in credit card debt from what she calls her business ventures. First she was going to be an influencer, then a lifestyle blogger, then a wellness coach. None of it worked. She has 847 followers on Instagram, 0 clients, 0 income, and our parents keep paying her bills. This is important because the money they stole from me, the $31,000, wasn't just sitting there doing nothing. It had a very specific purpose. My grandmother Betty Lewis established an educational trust for me in June 2011. I was 6 years old. The trust was irrevocable, which means legally, no one, not even my parents, could touch it. It was set up with one purpose: to pay for my senior year of college and my first year of law school. Grandma Betty had been specific about that. I remember overhearing a conversation when I was 11, standing in the hallway outside the kitchen. She was talking to my mom. "The money isn't for all 4 years," Grandma said. "It's for the finish line. They'll support her at first. It's the end they'll sabotage. Make sure she can finish. I didn't understand what she meant then. I do now. Grandma Betty died in September 2021. She was 74. I was 16. At her funeral, I shook hands with a man named Clayton Hughes. He was her attorney. He told me he'd been appointed as the fiduciary trustee of my education fund, and if I ever needed anything, I should call him. I thanked him and forgot about it. I didn't know that handshake would save my life 5 years later. My parents have always favored Vanessa. I'm not saying that to be dramatic. It's just a fact. When we were kids, Vanessa got private piano lessons, art classes, summer theater camp. I got public school activities and hand-me-downs. When Vanessa turned 16, our parents bought her a new Honda CR-V for $28,000 and paid her insurance. When I turned 16, I bought a used Toyota Corolla for $4,500 with money I'd saved from babysitting. I paid my own insurance. When Vanessa went to college, they paid everything. Out-of-state tuition at a private university, $62,000 a year. When I started college, I filled out financial aid forms by myself and took out student loans. I used Grandma Betty's trust fund to cover what the loans didn't, and I worked part-time to cover living expenses. I never complained. I told myself this was just how it was. Vanessa was the creative one, the sensitive one, the one who needed more support. I was the responsible one, the one who'd be fine on her own. I believed that for a long time. But something shifted in the last 2 years. The favoritism went from subtle to blatant, from preference to something that felt like erasure. And it started with my back. I was born with scoliosis. It's a curvature of the spine. For most of my childhood and teenage years, it was manageable. Mild discomfort. I wore a brace for a while in middle school. By the time I got to college, I'd mostly forgotten about it. But in my sophomore year, something changed. The curve started progressing. Fast. By January 2024, I was in constant pain. I couldn't sit through a lecture without my back screaming. I couldn't sleep. I was taking ibuprofen until my stomach hurt worse than my spine. I went to an orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Patel. He measured my curve at 68 degrees. "You need surgery," he said. "Spinal fusion. We can't wait on this. If it progresses past 70 degrees, you're looking at serious complications." I went home and told my parents. My dad frowned. My mom sighed. "How much is the surgery?" my dad asked. "The deductible is $12,000, I said. "Insurance will cover the rest, but we have to pay that up front." My mom shook her head. "We don't have that kind of money right now, sweetie. We're stretched thin." "Can we take out a loan?" I asked. "We can't afford another loan," my dad said. "We're already paying off the house and the cars. Maybe in a year or two, when things settle down." Dr. Patel said I can't wait that long. My mom reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "We'll figure something out. In the meantime, just try to manage the pain the best you can." I believed them. I thought they were telling the truth. So I worked. I picked up extra shifts. I went from 15 hours a week to 25. I saved everything I could. I stopped buying new clothes. I stopped going out with friends. Every dollar went into a savings account labeled surgery fund. By December 2025, I'd saved $6,800. It wasn't $12,000, but it was something. Meanwhile, my pain got worse. By June 2025, my curve had progressed to 70 degrees. I was fainting in the library from the pain. I missed classes. My GPA dropped from 3.9 to 3.8 because I physically couldn't sit through exams. And every time I asked my parents for help, for a loan, for anything, the answer was the same. "We don't have it. We're broke. We're doing the best we can." But here's what I didn't know. While I was working myself to exhaustion, While I was fainting from pain, while I was saving every penny, my parents were spending money on Vanessa. In 2024, they spent $2,200 on a website for her lifestyle blog, $3,500 on a business coaching course for her wellness coaching venture, $850 on a professional photo shoot for her Instagram. In August 2024, they took out a $15,000 home equity line of credit. They told me it was for house repairs. It wasn't. It was to pay down Vanessa's credit card debt. In November 2024, I asked my parents if they could loan me $2,000 so I could see a pain management specialist. They said no. They were tapped out. That same week, they paid $2,100 for Vanessa to take a business coaching course. I found the receipt later. Same week, same bank account. In February 2025, I asked if they could help me pay for physical therapy. $180 per session. I needed 8 sessions. $1,440 total. They said they couldn't afford it. That month, they spent $850 on a branding photo shoot for Vanessa's influencer profile. In June 2025, I asked if they could help me buy a better mattress. My back hurt so badly I couldn't sleep. I found one for $600. They said no. It was a luxury item. That same month, they bought Vanessa a ring light and a new camera for $1,220. In November 2025, I asked my mom if she could cover my pain medication refill. $85. She said she couldn't afford it. I checked my bank account later that week. There was a note from my student loan servicer reminding me I owed $400 by the end of the month. I paid it with money I'd saved for surgery. I found out later, much later when the bank records were subpoenaed, that on November 8th, 2025, my parents paid $600 toward Vanessa's visa minimum payment. On November 8th, 2025, they told me they couldn't afford $85 for my medication. Same day. I want you to understand this. For 2 years, I thought my parents were struggling. I thought they were doing their best. I thought I was being selfish for asking for help when they clearly didn't have it. I didn't know they had $67,400. I didn't know they'd been spending it on Vanessa the entire time. I didn't know that my pain, my 2 years of suffering, was a choice they made. In December 2025, something changed. I fainted during a lecture. My professor called an ambulance. I woke up in the ER with Dr. Patel standing over me. "Celestine," he said, "your curve is now at 70 degrees. We can't delay this surgery any longer. If we wait, you're risking permanent damage. Paralysis, even." I started crying. "I don't have the money." "What about your parents?" "They don't have it either." Dr. Patel looked at me for a long time. Then he said, "Let me see what I can do. I'll talk to the billing department. We'll figure something out." 3 days later, my mom called me. "Good news," she said. "We found the money for your surgery. We're scheduling it for February 10th. I cried again. But this time, it was relief. I thought they'd found a way. I thought they'd figured it out. I thought maybe they'd taken out another loan, or borrowed from family, or done something, anything, to help me. I didn't know what they'd actually done. On December 28th, my parents opened a joint checking account with Vanessa. They told me about it over leftover Christmas dinner. "We're helping Vanessa rebuild her credit," my mom said, spooning cranberry sauce onto my plate. "She's turning her life around." I smiled. I actually smiled. I was happy for her. 43 days later, that account would receive every cent of my future. The infrastructure of my betrayal, built over holiday dinner. February 10th, 2026. Tuesday morning. I woke up at 5 a.m. My roommate and best friend, Jordan Matthews, drove me to the hospital. We got there at 6:15. My parents were already in the parking lot. My dad was holding a bouquet of grocery store flowers. My mom gave me a hug. "We'll be here when you wake up, sweetheart," she said. I believed her. Jordan stayed with me until 6:45, then left for her morning class. She squeezed my hand before she went. "You're gonna do great," she said. "I'll be back this afternoon." The nurse assigned to me was named Jackie Rodriguez. She was maybe 35, with kind eyes and a warm smile. She held my hand while they put in the IV. "First surgery?" she asked. "Yeah." "You're gonna do great. Dr. Patel is the best. You'll wake up, and this'll all be over." She asked me for my emergency contact information. I gave her my mom's number, then my dad's. "Anyone else?" Jackie asked. "Just in case?" I thought for a second. Then I remembered the trust paperwork I'd signed when I turned 18. There was a requirement to list the trustee as an emergency contact for financial matters. "Clayton Hughes," I said. "He's my grandmother's attorney. He manages a trust fund for me." Jackie wrote it down. I didn't think about it again. At 7:15, they wheeled me into the pre-op room. My parents were there. My mom kissed my forehead. My dad squeezed my shoulder. "We're so proud of you," my dad said. At 7:18, the anesthesiologist administered the anesthesia. I remember the cold feeling spreading up my arm. I remember my mom's face. I remember thinking, "Thank God this is finally happening." The last thing I said before I went under was, "Thank you for everything." I meant it for my parents. I didn't know that in 98 minutes they would prove I should have been thanking someone else entirely. I don't remember the surgery, obviously, but I know exactly what happened while I was unconscious because later, weeks later, Clayton Hughes would walk me through the timeline, minute by minute, with bank records and phone logs and text messages. Here's what happened while titanium rods were being fused to my spine. At 9:39 a.m., my mother sent a text message to my father. They were both sitting in the hospital waiting room. The text said, "Do it now, while she can't check." At 9:43 a.m., my father opened the Chase mobile banking app on his phone. At 9:44 a.m., he logged into my account. Not his account. Mine. The Betty Lewis Educational Trust account. He used credentials I had given him in August 2023, the day I started college. I'd been 18, terrified, overwhelmed. My parents had offered to help me set up my banking. "Just in case of emergencies," my dad had said. "So we can help if something goes wrong." I'd given him my username and password. I'd saved it in his phone notes. I'd trusted him. At 9:46 a.m., my father navigated to the trust account. Balance, $31,247.83. At 9:47 a.m., he initiated a wire transfer from Betty Lewis Educational Trust to Patricia Lewis and Vanessa Lewis Joint Checking Account. Amount, $31,247.83. Every last cent. In the memo line, he typed, "Educational expense reimbursement," as if that would make it legitimate. At 9:48 a.m., the transfer went through. At 9:48 a.m., 2 alerts were sent. Alert number 1 went to my phone, which was sitting face up on the bedside table in the recovery room. The screen lit up, "Wire transfer, minus $31,247.83 to P. Lewis and V. Lewis Joint Checking." Alert number 2 went to an email address I'd never seen, clayton.hughes@hugheslaw.com. The subject line read, "Trust Disbursement Alert, $31,247.83 withdrawn." At 9:52 a.m., Clayton Hughes saw the email. He was in his office, 28 miles away in Campbell. He checked his email every 30 minutes during work hours. This was one of those checks. He opened the alert. He saw the amount. He saw the recipient account. He knew immediately something was wrong. At 9:54 a.m., he called the First Union Bank fraud hotline. At 10:05 a.m., the bank confirmed what he already knew. The withdrawal was unauthorized by the trustee. It went to a non-beneficiary account. Potential fraud. At 10:15 a.m. Clayton called the hospital. "I need the patient advocate office immediately," he said. "There's a financial exploitation in progress." At 10:45 a.m., Clayton Hughes walked into the hospital. He'd driven 35 minutes through morning traffic. He went straight to the patient advocate's office. At 11 a.m., my parents left the hospital. They told Nurse Jackie they were grabbing lunch, be back soon. They didn't come back for 4 hours. At 11:24 a.m., my father's Visa was charged $47.83 at Olive Garden. The receipt, which Clayton would subpoena 6 weeks later, showed 2 entrees, breadsticks, and tiramisu. They were celebrating. While I was still on the operating table, still unconscious, still trusting them, my parents were splitting dessert. At 11:30 a.m., Nurse Jackie walked into the patient advocate's office. She'd been thinking about something all morning. At 9:48, she'd been checking on me in the recovery room, making sure everything was ready for when I came out of surgery. My phone had been sitting on the bedside table. I'd asked her to keep an eye on it in case my school called about my teaching assistant shift. The screen had lit up. She'd glanced at it. Just a glance. Wire transfer, minus $31,247.83 to P. Lewis and V. Lewis joint checking. Jackie had frozen. She'd looked at the amount again. $31,000. Vanessa Lewis. That was my sister's name. I'd mentioned her once during pre-op, when Jackie had asked if I had siblings. Something felt wrong. Jackie had worked in hospitals for 8 years. She'd seen financial abuse before. Usually it was older patients, adult children stealing from elderly parents. But she'd also seen cases with younger patients, vulnerable patients, patients who couldn't defend themselves, patients who were unconscious during surgery. She looked at the emergency contact card clipped to my chart. 3 names: Mom, Dad, Clayton Hughes. Attorney, Betty Lewis Trust. An attorney. For a trust. Jackie had picked up the phone. Now, at 11:30, she was sitting across from Clayton Hughes and the patient advocate, a man named Dennis York. "I saw a bank alert on my patient's phone," Jackie said. "Large transfer, her sister's name. And the timing felt wrong. She's been in surgery since 7:30. Why would someone move that much money while she's unconscious?" Clayton slid a folder across the table. Because they thought she wouldn't be able to stop them. I woke up at 1:45 p.m. The first thing I felt was pain. My throat hurt from the breathing tube. My back hurt. But it was a different kind of hurt, sharper, more localized. My legs were numb. That was normal, they'd told me. Feeling would come back in an hour or two. The first thing I saw was Nurse Jackie. She was standing by my bed and she looked worried. The second thing I saw was 2 men I didn't recognize. One was older, maybe late 50s, wearing a gray suit and reading glasses. He had a kind face, but his expression was serious. The other was younger, maybe 40, wearing a hospital badge that said Patient Advocate. "Miss Lewis," the older man said quietly, "my name is Clayton Hughes. I'm the attorney for the Betty Lewis Educational Trust. I need you to stay very calm, but I need you to know something." I was still groggy. I thought I was dreaming. "While you were in surgery," he continued, "your parents transferred $31,247.83 from your trust account into a joint account with your sister." I stared at him. The words didn't make sense. "I don't understand," I said. Clayton pulled a chair closer to my bed. He sat down slowly like he was afraid I'd panic. "I'm here because your grandmother made sure you'd be protected," he said. He pulled out his phone and turned it toward me. There was a screenshot of a bank alert. My bank alert. Wire transfer minus $31,247.83 to P. Lewis and V. Lewis joint checking. Timestamp 9:48 a.m. I looked at the screen. I looked at Clayton. I looked at Nurse Jackie. I don't understand, I said again. Clayton pulled out another phone, a printout of text message records. He'd already subpoenaed them. He'd moved that fast. He pointed to a message sent at 9:39 a.m. From Patricia Lewis. To Daniel Lewis. Message. Do it now while she can't check. I read it 3 times. Do it now while she can't check. My mother had sent that. They used login credentials you'd given them, Clayton said. Probably when you first set up your banking. They accessed your trust account while you were unconscious and moved every cent to an account they'd opened with your sister 6 weeks ago. I felt like I couldn't breathe. But they can't do that, I said. That's my money. It's not your money, Clayton said gently. It's trust money, and they're not allowed to touch it. At all. This isn't a family dispute, Celestine. This is a felony. The room was spinning. Where are they? I asked. They left the hospital at 11 a.m., Dennis York said. They haven't come back. Clayton reached into his briefcase and pulled out a document. It was old, yellowed at the edges. I recognized my grandmother's signature at the bottom. Your grandmother established this trust on June 15, 2011, Clayton said. You were 6 years old. Do you want to know what she wrote? I couldn't speak. I nodded. Clayton read aloud. This trust exists solely for Celestine Marie Lewis's educational advancement. Under no circumstances may funds be diverted to any other beneficiary or purpose. I appoint Clayton Hughes as fiduciary trustee with full authority to monitor, investigate, and pursue legal action against any unauthorized access, including but not limited to access by the minor's parents or guardians. He looked up at me. She knew, he said. 15 years ago, she knew this might happen, and she made sure I'd be watching. I started crying. Not from pain, from something I couldn't even name. Clayton slid the document across my hospital bed, the date at the top, June 15th, 2011. I was 6 years old. Vanessa would have been 11. She came to my office, Clayton said quietly, and told me she didn't trust her son and daughter-in-law with money. She said you'd need protection someday. She made me promise I'd watch. My grandmother had been dead for 5 years. She was still keeping her promise. For the next 3 days, I stayed in the hospital. Jordan came every afternoon and sat with me. She brought me homework from my classes, magazines, snacks from the vending machine. She didn't ask questions. She just sat there. Clayton came every morning. He brought a laptop and showed me things I didn't want to see. Bank records. 5 years of transactions. Every dollar my parents had spent on Vanessa while telling me they were broke. 2021, $4,200. Vanessa's Finding Herself Fund after she dropped out. 2022, $8,900. Influencer equipment. Ring lights, cameras, editing software. 2023, $12,600. Lifestyle blogger website. Business coaching. 2024, $18,300. Wellness coach launch. More coaching. More equipment. More failed attempts. 2025, $23,400. Rent deposits Vanessa never paid back. Credit card payments. Bailouts. Total, $67,400. While I was saving $6,800 working 25 hours a week in chronic pain, my parents had given Vanessa $67,400. Clayton showed me a spreadsheet he'd made. On one side, payments to Vanessa. On the other side, my denied requests. Same weeks. Sometimes, same days. November 15th, 2024. Parents paid $2,100 for Vanessa's business coaching course. I'd asked for $2,000 for a pain specialist. Denied. We're broke. February 20th, 2025. Parents paid $850 for Vanessa's photo shoot. I'd asked for $1,440 for physical therapy. Denied. Not in the budget. June 10th, 2025. Parents bought Vanessa $600 worth of camera equipment. I'd asked for $600 for a better mattress. Denied. Luxury item. November 8th, 2025. Parents paid $600 toward Vanessa's credit card minimum. I'd asked for $85 for pain medication. Denied. Can't afford it. Same day. November 8th. Clayton highlighted that line. This is the one that's going to destroy them in court, he said. Same day. Documented, undeniable. But the worst one, the one that made me feel physically sick, was from August 2024. My parents had taken out a $15,000 home equity line of credit. A second mortgage. I'd asked them that month why they couldn't help me with surgery costs. They'd said, "We took out a second mortgage for house repairs. We're tapped out." The bank records showed where that $15,000 went. Vanessa's credit card debt. Every cent. They'd borrowed against their house to pay my sister's visa bill. Then they'd told me they couldn't afford to help me walk without pain. "I want you to understand something," Clayton said, closing the laptop. "This isn't about Vanessa needing help more than you. This is about your parents making a choice. They chose her comfort over your health. They chose her wants over your needs. And when you finally needed surgery so badly you were fainting, they didn't suddenly find money. They saw an opportunity." "What do you mean?" "They scheduled your surgery for February 10th. That gave them a 4 to 6 hour window when you'd be completely unconscious, completely unable to check your accounts or stop a transfer. They opened the joint account with Vanessa on December 28th, 43 days before your surgery. This wasn't desperation, Celestine. This was premeditation." I stared at him. "They delayed my surgery," I said slowly, "for 2 years, so they could time the theft." "I can't prove that," Clayton said. "But yes, I think that's exactly what they did." On February 11th, Clayton filed an emergency injunction with the Superior Court of San Mateo County. Judge Denise Morrison heard the case at 2:30 p.m. My parents showed up with a court-appointed attorney. They looked smaller than I remembered. My mom's eyes were red. My dad wouldn't look at anyone. Their attorney tried to argue it was a family dispute. Judge Morrison cut him off. "The victim was unconscious during surgery," she said. "This isn't a family dispute. This is criminal exploitation." She granted the injunction: full freeze on the joint account, full restitution within 72 hours. On February 13th, at 11 a.m., a wire transfer went through. From Patricia Lewis and Vanessa Lewis Joint Checking to Betty Lewis Educational Trust. Amount: $31,247.83, every last cent. Clayton called me that afternoon. "It's back," he said, "and I've added a security measure. Any withdrawal over $1,000 now requires my dual authorization. They can't touch it again." "What happens now?" I asked. "Now," Clayton said, "the district attorney decides whether to press criminal charges." On February 14th, Valentine's Day, which felt like some kind of cosmic joke, I was discharged from the hospital. Jordan picked me up, but she didn't drive me back to our dorm. "My parents want you to stay with us," she said, "just until you're recovered enough to manage stairs." "Jordan, I can't." "They already set up the guest room." I started crying in the passenger seat. Jordan reached over and squeezed my hand. You're not a burden, she said. You're family. The Matthews family lived in a 3-bedroom house in Redwood City, 15 minutes from campus. Jordan's dad, Robert, was a high school teacher. Her mom, Linda, was a nurse practitioner. Her little brother, Tyler, was 14. When we pulled into the driveway, Linda was waiting at the door. She hugged me carefully, mindful of my stitches. We made up the guest room, she said. Lavender sheets. I remember you said you liked lavender. I didn't remember saying that, but she remembered. Robert carried my post-op medications upstairs. Tyler hovered in the doorway, awkward and shy. Do you like pizza? He asked. Mom's making your favorite for dinner. I didn't know what my favorite was. I'd never told them. But Linda had somehow figured it out. That night, after dinner, I went upstairs to the guest room. The sheets smelled like lavender. There was a glass of water on the nightstand, a heating pad for my back, a stack of books Tyler had pulled from his room because he thought I might be bored. I sat on the edge of the bed and cried for an hour, not from pain, from realizing what a family was supposed to feel like. On February 20th, the district attorney's office filed criminal charges. Count 1, grand theft, felony. California Penal Code Section 487, over $25,000 stolen. Count 2, computer fraud, felony. California Penal Code Section 502, unauthorized access to computer systems. Count 3, wire fraud, federal. 18 U.S.C. Section 1343, electronic transfer of stolen funds. Count 4, financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult. California Welfare and Institutions Code, theft committed while victim was incapacitated during medical procedure. The assistant district attorney assigned to the case was a woman named Amanda Reeves. She specialized in financial exploitation cases. She called me on February 21st. I want you to know, she said, that we're taking this seriously. What your parents did wasn't just morally wrong, it was illegal, and we're going to make sure there are consequences. What kind of consequences? I asked. Saying if they're convicted on all counts, they're looking at 2 to 4 years in state prison. But realistically, they'll take a plea deal. First-time offenders, no violence, full restitution already made. The judge will probably accept a suspended sentence with probation and conditions. So they won't go to jail? Probably not. But they'll have a felony on their record. They'll be on probation for 5 years. And if they violate the terms, especially a no-contact order, they'll serve time. Does that feel like justice to you? I thought about it. I don't want them in jail, I said. I just want them out of my life. Then that's what we'll fight for, Amanda said. On February 25th, Vanessa was subpoenaed for a deposition. She hired an attorney. My parents paid the $3,500 retainer, another expense they suddenly found money for. On March 3rd, Vanessa sat in a conference room with her attorney, Amanda Reeves, Clayton Hughes, and a court reporter. Clayton sent me the transcript that evening. I read it in the Matthews guest room, sitting on the lavender sheets. Q. Did you know about the Betty Lewis Educational Trust? A. Yes. Mom told me about it. Q. When? A. I don't know. Maybe 2022 or 2023? Q. Did you ever discuss using that money? A. I might have mentioned to my parents that Celestine wouldn't notice if they borrowed a little. She's so busy with school. Q. You encouraged your parents to take money from your sister's trust? A. It wasn't like that. I just said. I needed help, and she had that money just sitting there. Q. You're 26 years old. You have no dependents, no disability. Why did you need your sister's college fund? A. I have debt. Q. Credit card debt from personal spending? A. Yeah. Q. How much did you know about the specific transfer on February 10th? A. Pause, looks at attorney. I knew they were going to move some money that day. Q. While your sister was in surgery? A. I didn't think about the timing. Q. Did you think about her at all? A. No answer. I read that last line 3 times. Did you think about her at all? No answer. I picked up my phone. I'd had Vanessa's number blocked since the surgery. I unblocked it long enough to send one message. You're 26. You had choices. You chose this. Don't contact me again. Then I blocked her everywhere. Phone, email, Instagram, Facebook. I was done. Over the next 2 weeks, I watched my parents' world collapse from a distance. Clayton kept me updated. He said it was important I understood what was happening, even if I didn't want to be involved. My parents missed their March mortgage payment. First time in 30 years. Their credit cards were all maxed out. Minimum payments now totaled $1,800 a month. They couldn't make them. The home equity line of credit they'd taken out for Vanessa's debt, $15,000 at 8.9% interest, cost them over $1,300 a month in payments. My dad's credit score dropped from 680 to 590. Vanessa was still living with them, still unemployed, still contributing $0 to the household. The extended family had started taking sides. My dad's sister, Aunt Karen, called me. She apologized for not seeing what was happening sooner. She offered to help however she could. My mom's brother, Uncle James, called my parents and told them he wanted nothing to do with them anymore. You're on your own now, he said. My 3 cousins, all of them around my age, stopped talking to my parents entirely. They sent me messages of support. The family was fracturing, and I wasn't the one breaking it. On March 10th, I got a letter in the mail. It was from my parents' attorney. Inside was a formal written apology. 3 paragraphs of, "We made a mistake," and "We never meant to hurt you." No mention of the 2 years they'd let me suffer. No mention of Vanessa's $67,400. No mention of the text message. Do it now, while she can't check. Just legal language designed to reduce their sentence. I read it once. Then I walked downstairs to the Matthews living room. Robert was reading the newspaper. I held up the letter. "Can I use your fireplace?" I asked. He looked at the letter. He looked at me. Then he stood up and opened the fireplace grate. "Go ahead," he said. I held the letter over the flame, watched the edges curl and blacken, watched it burn. Jordan came downstairs and stood next to me. She didn't ask what I was burning. She just handed me the matches. "In case you want to do it again," she said. I laughed. Actually laughed. For the first time in weeks. The plea hearing was scheduled for March 18th. I didn't have to go. Amanda Reeves told me it was my choice, but I wanted to be there. I wanted to see it. Jordan drove me to the courthouse. She sat in the back row. Clayton sat next to me at the prosecution table. My parents walked in with their attorney, a man named Martin Kowalski. My mom looked like she'd aged 10 years. My dad wouldn't make eye contact. Judge Denise Morrison entered. Everyone stood. "This court is convened for the plea hearing in People v. Patricia Lewis and Daniel Lewis," she said. "The defendants are charged with felony grand theft, computer fraud, wire fraud, and financial exploitation of a vulnerable adult. Mr. Kowalski, I understand your clients wish to enter a plea." "Yes, Your Honor. Both defendants plead guilty to count 1, grand theft, in exchange for dismissal of counts 2 through 4 and a suspended sentence contingent on full restitution and specific conditions." Judge Morrison leaned back in her chair. "Before I accept this plea, I'm going to review the evidence. Ms. Reeves, please summarize for the record." Amanda stood. She was calm, precise, devastating. "Your Honor, on February 10th, 2026, the victim, Celestine Lewis, was undergoing spinal fusion surgery. She had waited 2 years for this surgery, while her parents claimed they couldn't afford the $12,000 deductible. During the surgery, while Miss Lewis was under general anesthesia, the defendants accessed her trust account using credentials she had provided for emergencies. They transferred the entire balance, $31,247.83, to a joint account they had opened with their other daughter 43 days prior. She paused. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to read a text message sent on February 10th at 9:39 a.m. Proceed. Amanda pulled out a printed exhibit. She read slowly, clearly. Quote, "Do it now, while she can't check." End quote. Sent from defendant Patricia Lewis to defendant Daniel Lewis, 98 minutes after the victim was placed under anesthesia. The courtroom went silent. Judge Morrison looked at my parents. Mrs. Lewis, you sent that text message knowing your daughter was unconscious during surgery? My mom was crying. Yes, Your Honor, but we were going to... I'm not asking for explanations yet. Mr. Lewis, you received that text and then executed the transfer? My dad nodded. Yes, Your Honor. We thought. You thought your daughter, who was paralyzed on an operating table, wouldn't notice or couldn't stop you. Is that accurate? My dad looked down. We were desperate. Judge Morrison's expression hardened. Mr. Kowalski, I've been on this bench for 22 years. I've seen parents steal from children for drugs, for gambling, for their own survival. This is the first time I've seen parents steal from a child during surgery. The level of premeditation, the calculated timing, the exploitation of medical vulnerability. This is one of the most disturbing cases of family betrayal I've encountered. My mom started sobbing. Judge Morrison turned to me. Miss Lewis, you have the right to make a statement before I accept this plea. Would you like to speak? I stood up. Jordan had helped me practice. 3 minutes. Calm. No tears. Your Honor, my name is Celestine Lewis. I'm 21 years old. I'm a junior at State University, studying political science with plans to attend law school. On February 10th, I had spinal fusion surgery. I'd waited 2 years for that surgery because my parents told me they couldn't afford the deductible. I believed them. I worked 25 hours a week while taking a full course load, saving every dollar I could. I lived with chronic pain because I thought my family was doing their best. While I was unconscious, they stole the money my grandmother had protected for 15 years. My grandmother, Betty Lewis, died in 2021. Before she died, she told the attorney who set up my trust that she didn't trust my parents with money. She was right. What they took wasn't just money. It was my senior year. It was my law school applications. It was my grandmother's final gift to me. The gift of being able to finish what I started, no matter what. They timed the theft to my surgery because they thought I was too weak, too trusting, too pathetic to fight back. They were wrong. I've learned something in the past 5 weeks. Family isn't about blood. It's about who shows up. My parents didn't show up. They showed up to rob me. But other people showed up. My nurse, my grandmother's attorney, my best friend's family. They're my family now. I don't want my parents in jail. I don't want revenge. I want them to understand that what they did was unforgivable, that I will never speak to them again, and that the daughter they underestimated is going to build a life they'll never be part of. Thank you, Your Honor. I sat down. Jordan squeezed my shoulder from the row behind me. Judge Morrison was quiet for a long moment. Then she spoke. I'm prepared to accept the plea agreement with the following conditions. Full restitution of $31,247.83 to the Betty Lewis Educational Trust, already completed. Additional restitution of $8,200 for the victim's legal fees. Additional restitution of $3,600 for medical costs, not covered by insurance. 5 years supervised probation. Permanent no-contact order. The defendants may not contact, directly or indirectly, Celestine Lewis. If the defendants violate the no-contact order or fail any payment, the suspended sentence becomes active. 16 months county jail. The defendants must complete financial counseling. This conviction remains on their permanent record. She looked at my parents. Do you understand these terms? Yes, Your Honor, they both said. Do you wish to say anything before I accept this plea? My mom turned toward me. We're so sorry, Celestine. We never meant to. I looked at Clayton. I don't want to hear it. Judge Morrison's voice cut through. Mrs. Lewis, Miss Lewis has made clear she doesn't wish to hear from you. That's her right, and you will respect it. She picked up her gavel. The court accepts the plea. This case is concluded. The gavel came down. My mom was still crying. My dad was staring at the table. Judge Morrison looked at me one more time. Miss Lewis, before you leave, I want you to know something. You handled this with more grace and dignity than most people twice your age. Your grandmother would be proud. I nodded. I couldn't speak. Then I stood up. Clayton held the courtroom door open for me. I walked out into the March sunshine. I didn't look back. It's been 2 weeks since the hearing. I'm still living with the Matthews family. Linda says I can stay as long as I want. Tyler's been teaching me to play video games. Robert's been teaching me chess. Jordan makes sure I do my physical therapy exercises. I went back to classes on March 25th. Reduced course load, 12 credits instead of 15. My professors have all been understanding. I'm on track to make Dean's List despite missing 6 weeks. The trust account balance is back to $31,247.83, plus the $8,200 my parents paid in legal fees, plus the $3,600 for medical costs. Total, $43,047.83. It's enough. For senior year. For law school applications. For the first semester at least. My parents have tried to contact me 14 times. Phone calls, all blocked. 23 text messages, all unread. 6 emails, filtered to spam. 2 handwritten letters, returned unopened. I don't read them. I don't respond. I don't engage. It's not anger. It's just nothing. They're strangers who happen to share my DNA. Vanessa tried to contact me through Instagram. 3 fake accounts. I blocked them all. She had mutual friends reach out on her behalf. I told those friends to stop. I'm not interested in reconciliation. I'm not interested in explanations. I'm done. But here's the thing I didn't expect. I'm okay. I'm more than okay. I have a 3.8 GPA. I have a job lined up this summer at Clayton's law firm. He offered me an internship in elder law. I have applications ready for law school, focusing on estate planning and elder abuse prevention. I have Jordan, who calls me her sister now. I have the Matthews family, who treat me like I've always belonged. I have professors who believe in me. I have a future that's mine. And I have Grandma Betty. I keep her photo on my desk now. She's younger in it, maybe 50, wearing a blue cardigan, smiling like she knows a secret. She did know a secret. She knew I'd need protection from my own family. She gave it to me 15 years before I knew I'd need it. On the back of the photo, there's a note in her handwriting. I found it when I was going through old boxes last week. For Celestine's 18th birthday, you are loved. You are protected. Always. Grandma. She wrote that in 2011. I was 6 years old. She saw what was coming. She built walls around me made of legal documents and trust structures, and an attorney who'd keep his promises even after she was gone. That's what love looks like. Not the kind that texts, "Do it now," while she can't check while you're on an operating table. the kind that protects you even from beyond the grave, the kind that makes sure you have a way out, even when you don't know you need one yet. I'm learning what real family looks like. It's Jordan bringing me coffee while I study. It's Linda making lavender sheets because she remembered I liked lavender. It's Robert holding the door while I burn apology letters I never asked for. It's Tyler teaching me video games because he wants me to laugh. It's Clayton Hughes driving to a hospital the second he saw an alert because he made a promise to my grandmother 15 years ago. My parents chose Vanessa. They chose her comfort over my health, her wants over my needs, her debt over my future. Fine. I choose me now. I choose the people who showed up, the people who protected me, the people who saw me as worth saving. And I choose to build a life where I help other people do the same thing, where I help grandmothers set up trusts to protect grandchildren who don't know they need protecting yet, where I help families create legal structures that can't be violated, even by the people who are supposed to love you most. I'm going to finish my senior year. I'm going to apply to law school. I'm going to specialize in elder law and estate planning. I'm going to make sure other kids have what I had, a grandmother who saw the future and built a fortress around it. On March 30th, I got my trust account statement in the mail. Balance: $43,047.83. Enough for senior year. Enough for law school applications. Enough to finish what Grandma Betty helped me start. I don't think about my parents anymore. Not the way I used to. I don't wonder why they didn't love me enough. I don't make excuses for them. I don't imagine reconciliation. I just know they're gone. And I'm free. Jordan's mom asked me last week if I wanted to stay through the summer. I started crying. Happy tears. The kind I didn't know existed before all this. That's what love looks like. Not the kind that steals from you while you sleep. The kind that holds the door open while you walk toward your future. The kind that says, "You're family now," and means it. The kind that a grandmother builds for you when you're 6 years old, knowing you'll need it when you're 21. I'm learning, and I'm going to be okay. Don't make a scene, Marion. You were never really one of us anyway. She said it across the good china the night before we buried my grandmother. And she was smiling. The whole table heard her. My grandmother wasn't even in the ground yet. And my mother announced out loud that the estate would go to my sister, the real daughter. I would get nothing, because I had never truly been one of them. My aunt stared at her plate. My father refilled his wine, and my sister reached over, squeezed my mother's hand, and looked at me like I was the one who'd done something wrong by sitting at that table. I didn't argue. I didn't cry. I'd had 30 years of practice at not flinching. What none of them knew was that there was a sealed envelope in my coat pocket. My grandmother had ordered it before she died and paid for it in secret, and left instructions that I was the only one allowed to open it. 6 weeks later, my mother would be the one begging the lawyer to start the meeting over, but that night, she still thought she'd won. The quietest person at that table had already started counting the days. For 34 years, I'd been the wrong daughter in the right family, and I had finally stopped trying to fix it. My grandmother's name was Ruth Donovan, and she died on a Tuesday in late April. The call came while I was at work, sorting probate files for a man I'd never met, which is the kind of joke my life has always told without laughing. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up to the dinner, because the dinner is where everything that was already broken finally showed its seams. We were at my parents' house in the suburbs outside Columbus, Patricia and Glenn Ellsworth, married 38 years, the kind of couple who hung a wooden sign in the kitchen that said, "Family is everything," and meant a very specific version of it. The funeral was the next morning. Tradition in our family was a dinner the night before, and tradition in our family was also that I sat at the end of the table near the kitchen door, close enough to be useful, far enough to be forgotten. My sister Brooke sat at the center, where she always sat. Brooke is 2 years older than me, blonde where I'm dark, easy where I'm careful. Growing up, she was the one whose drawings went on the fridge and whose report cards got framed. She was the one my mother called my girl. I was the one my mother called by my full name when she was disappointed, which was most of the time. That night, the talk turned, the way it always did within an hour, to the estate. My grandmother had owned a lake house up north. The Donovan Place, 3 generations of summers, a dock my grandfather built by hand. There was also a trust. Nobody said numbers out loud because in my family saying numbers out loud was vulgar, but everybody at that table knew the lake house was worth more than my parents' house, and everybody knew who they assumed would get it. Brooke's the eldest, my mother said, to no one, to everyone. Mother would want it kept in good hands. Good hands. I looked at my own hands around my water glass and said nothing. It was then that I made the mistake of mentioning I'd spoken to my grandmother's attorney. I hadn't meant anything by it. He'd called me, not the other way around. But the table went quiet, and my mother's smile tightened. And that's when she said the thing about how I was never really one of them anyway. So here is what you should know about me before this goes any further. My name is Marion Ellsworth. I'm 34. I work as a paralegal at an estate law firm, which means I spend my days reading other families' wills and watching how money turns people into strangers. I live alone in a 1-bedroom on the east side with a cat named Biscuit and a grandmother I loved more than anyone who shared my last name. If you grew up the kid who was tolerated instead of wanted, if you ever sat at a family table and felt like a guest in your own bloodline, then you already know the rest of the story in your body, even if you don't know the details yet. Stay with me, because the details are where it turns. And if any of this is landing too close to home, do me a favor and tell me in the comments which town you're listening from, because I want to know I'm not the only one who learned to set a table she was never welcome at. Now let me tell you what it took 30 years to learn. I don't have one big memory of being unwanted. That's not how it works. It's 1,000 small ones, stacked. I have the memory of being 8 and bringing home a spelling trophy, and my mother saying, "That's nice," and then turning to ask Brooke about her dance recital. I have the memory of family photos where Brooke is held, and I am standing slightly to the side, like a kid who wandered into the frame. I have the memory of my father teaching Brooke to drive in the church parking lot, and when it was my turn 2 years later, paying for lessons instead so he wouldn't have to sit in the car with me. The phrase changed shape over the years, but never the meaning. Marion marches to her own drum. Marion was always the independent one. You know how Marion is. She doesn't need much. They built a whole personality for me out of the things they withheld, and then praised me for not needing them. The cruelest part is that I believed it. I thought I was just difficult to love. I thought there was something wrong in me that my own mother could feel and I couldn't see. I spent my 20s in therapy I paid for myself, trying to find the defect, the thing that made me the daughter you tolerate instead of the daughter you choose. The only person who ever made me feel chosen was Ruth. My grandmother had a way of looking at me like I was the answer to a question she'd been asking for years. When I was 12, she taught me to play gin rummy on the screened porch of the lake house, and she let me win exactly often enough that I knew when she let me. She told me I had her mother's hands. She told me I had her own stubbornness, the good kind, the kind that survives things. She never once made me feel like I was standing slightly to the side, but Ruth lived 3 hours away, and my mother controlled the calendar. And somewhere around the time I was 14, the lake house visits got rarer. And then they stopped including me at all. By the time I was 19, I'd left. I didn't leave with a fight. There was no slammed door, no speech. That's not our family's style. We end things politely, by attrition. I went to community college, then transferred, then took a job 2 hours away, and simply stopped coming back for the small holidays. I came for Christmas and the big things. I sent cards. I called my grandmother every Sunday. The distance was easier than the table. At the table, I was a guest who'd overstayed. At a distance, I could be a daughter in theory, which was the only way they seemed able to love me. In theory, from far away, where I couldn't disappoint anyone by actually needing something. For about a decade, that was the arrangement. I built a small, quiet life. I was good at my job. I had 2 friends I'd trust with my life, and a cat who tolerated me. I stopped auditioning for my mother's approval mostly. I told myself I'd made peace with being the daughter who didn't quite belong. I almost believed it. And then my grandmother got sick, and the careful little piece I'd built started coming apart at the first seam. Ruth was diagnosed in the fall. I found out the way I found out most things about my own family, late and by accident. Brooke posted a photo online of the whole clan at the lake house, captioned, "Precious time with Grandma." I hadn't been told there was precious time to be had. I hadn't been invited. I called Ruth that Sunday like always, and I asked her, careful, whether she was okay. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Marion, come up next weekend, just you. Don't tell your mother." Don't tell your mother. I should have known then that something was already in motion. I drove up the next Saturday. The lake house smelled like wood smoke and the lavender soap she'd used my whole life. She was thinner, slower, but her eyes were the same, sharp, amused, seeing me. We played gin rummy. She let me win, and then she stopped pretending to let me win and beat me 3 hands straight, laughing. And then, somewhere in the long blue afternoon, she put her cards down and looked at me the way she did, like I was the answer to a question. "Marion," she said, "I have to ask you something, and I need you to not lie to me to be kind." I said, "Okay." "How did they make you feel?" she said. "All those years, your mother and your father. Tell me the true thing, not the polite thing." And for some reason, maybe because she was dying, maybe because no one had ever asked, I told her the true thing. I told her I'd grown up feeling like a coat someone forgot to take home. I told her about the photos where I stood to the side. I told her I'd spent 15 years and a lot of money trying to find what was wrong with me. She listened to all of it without moving. When I finished, there were tears on her face, but her voice was steady, and what she said next is the sentence that started everything. "There was never anything wrong with you," she said, "and I think I know why they did it. I've thought I've known for a long time. I just didn't have the proof, and I wasn't going to break this family open on a feeling." I asked her what she meant. She took my hand. She had a paper-soft grip and a wedding ring she'd never taken off. "I've taken care of it," she said. "When I'm gone, Howard Hale will call you. Not your mother. You. He has something for you. Open it alone, and Marion, whatever it says, it does not change that you are always mine." I asked her, "Please, just tell me now." She shook her head. "If I tell you," she said, "you'll spend my last months looking at your mother instead of me. Let me have you a little longer." So I let her. I drove up 4 more times that winter. We played gin rummy until she got too tired for cards, and then we just sat. She never explained. And in late April, on a Tuesday, she died in her sleep with my Sunday card on her nightstand. The funeral was the morning after the dinner where my mother told me I was never one of them. Howard Hale found me at the reception afterward in the church basement, while my mother accepted condolences like a queen, and Brooke stood beside her in tasteful black. He was an old man with kind, tired eyes, and he'd been my grandmother's attorney for over 30 years. "Miss Ellsworth," he said quietly, "Marion, your grandmother left specific instructions. Can you come to my office on Thursday? Alone, before the family reading." Across the room, my mother watched us talk. I felt her eyes like a hand on the back of my neck. I told him yes. "There's an envelope," he said, lower still. "She was very particular that it goes to you and only you. She also asked me to give you this now." He pressed a folded note into my palm. She wrote it the week before she passed. I waited until I was in my car to open it. 3 lines in her shaking hand. My Marion, the truth is heavy, but it sets you down somewhere solid. You'll know what to do, because you're the one of them who was never cruel. Love, always, Ruth. I sat in the church parking lot and read it 11 times. Then I drove home, and I did not sleep. And on Thursday, I went to find out what my grandmother had spent her last good months arranging. Howard Hale's office smelled like old paper and coffee. He sat me down, folded his hands, and told me the first piece. Your grandmother changed her will last October, he said, quietly. She did it here, with 2 witnesses fully competent. I had her evaluated because I suspected the family might contest. The Lake House and the Donovan Trust do not pass the way your parents have assumed. I asked him how they pass. To her direct blood descendants, he said. Specifically, she was very precise about the wording, and she attached a condition. He slid a thick envelope across the desk. It was sealed, with a lab's return address in the corner. She ordered this last September. She asked me to hold it and give it to you, unopened, after her death. She said you should be the first person on earth to read it. I asked what it was. I don't know the result, he said. I only know what she ordered. It's a grandparentage DNA analysis, an accredited lab. She provided her own sample, and she provided 2 others. My hands had gone cold. I asked whose. Yours, he said, and your sister's. I want to be honest about what I felt in that moment, because it wasn't triumph, and it wasn't even fear. It was a kind of vertigo. For 30 years, I'd believed the problem was me, and here was my grandmother, from beyond her own grave, telling me that maybe the problem had never been me at all. And she'd spent her last strength making sure I could prove it. I asked Howard how she got our samples. He almost smiled. Your sister sent her a hairbrush as a joke 2 Christmases ago, he said. Some ancestry kit fad. Ruth kept it. And you cut your hand at the lake house last fall on the dock. Do you remember? She kept the bandage. I remembered. I'd torn my palm on a nail and she'd fussed over me for an hour. She'd been collecting evidence while she dressed my wound. My stubborn, brilliant, dying grandmother. I opened the envelope in his office. He offered to leave. I asked him to stay. The report was 4 pages of dense technical language, but the lab had been kind enough to put a plain English summary on the first page, in a gray box, and I read it 3 times before the words held still. The maternal lineage analysis was conclusive. Marion Ellsworth and the deceased, Ruth Donovan, shared the expected mitochondrial profile and grandparentage markers, consistent with a direct biological grandmother-granddaughter relationship. The probability was greater than 99.9%. And then the second name, Brooke Ellsworth and the deceased, Ruth Donovan, were excluded. The markers were not consistent with a biological relationship through the maternal line. The report's careful language was that Brooke could not be the biological grandchild of Ruth Donovan through Patricia Ellsworth. I read it a 4th time. I made Howard read it out loud because I no longer trusted my own eyes. Brooke, the eldest, the chosen, the true heir, my mother's girl, was not my mother's biological daughter. And I, the one who was never really one of them, was the only blood my grandmother had left. I asked Howard the only question that mattered. Does my mother know what this says? No, he said. No one does. Only you. That was Ruth's instruction. She wanted you to decide what to do with it. I sat in that quiet office holding a piece of paper that rearranged 30 years of my life, and I understood, finally, that the dinner table had never been about who I was. It had been about who Brooke wasn't, and who knew. I didn't tell anyone for 2 weeks. I needed to be sure of the ground before I stepped on it, because I have spent my career watching people detonate their lives on documents they didn't fully understand. So I did what I'm trained to do. I investigated. The first thing I did was verify the lab. Howard gave me the chain of custody paperwork, and I called the lab directly, posing as exactly what I was, a paralegal confirming an accredited result for an estate matter. The lab was real, AABB accredited, the kind whose results stand up in court. My grandmother hadn't ordered some drugstore novelty. She'd ordered the real thing, the thing that gets entered into evidence. The second thing I did was build a timeline, because a result tells you what, but never why, and I needed the why before I sat across from my mother. I started with Brooke's birth. I'd never had a reason to look closely before. Brooke was born in the spring of 1990. I was born in the late spring of 1992. We'd always been told the same story. Mom and Dad, married young, 2 girls 2 years apart. The all-American set. But when I actually thought about it, the story had holes I'd never noticed, because no one points a flashlight at a story that flatters them. My parents married in 1988. My mother had always said, with a little drama, that she nearly died having Brooke, and that it took her years to recover, which was the family's tidy explanation for the gap before me. I'd accepted it my whole life. Now I held it up to the light. I called the one person who might talk. My mother's younger sister, my Aunt Diane. Aunt Diane had always been kinder to me than the rest, in the offhand way of someone who notices a thing but isn't going to start a war over it. I told her I was helping settle Grandma's estate and had some questions about old family dates for the paperwork. A lie with a true skeleton. She was happy to reminisce, and reminiscing, without meaning to, she handed me the first real thread. "Oh, those were such strange years," she said. "Your mom and Glenn wanted a baby so badly and just couldn't. Years of it. Pat was a wreck. And then, all of a sudden, Brooke. Like a miracle, your grandmother used to say. Pat went away that whole spring to rest and came back with the baby. And nobody asked questions because you didn't, back then." I kept my voice level. I asked where she went to rest. "Out west somewhere. Glenn's people had family in Arizona." A pause. "Why, sweetheart?" I said it was nothing, just dates. We talked about the lake house. I thanked her and hung up and sat with my heart going like a fist on a door. Went away that whole spring. Came back with the baby. Years of trying, and then, all of a sudden, I'm not a detective, but I read estate files for a living, and I know what it looks like when a family rearranges its own history. A woman who can't conceive disappears for a season and returns with an infant, and everyone agrees to call it a miracle, so no one has to call it anything else. I almost stopped there. I want you to know that. I had a feeling and a letter from a dead woman and an aunt's loose memory, and a smaller, more frightened version of me wanted to fold it all back into the shoebox and go home and keep being the daughter who didn't make trouble. That version of me had survived 30 years by not knowing things. She was very good at it. But I kept hearing my grandmother's voice. The truth is heavy, but it sets you down somewhere solid. So I kept pulling threads. I went back to Aunt Diane once more with a more dangerous question. I asked her, plainly this time, if she remembered the name of the place out west. The agency. She got quiet on the phone for a long moment, long enough that I thought she'd hang up. "You already know, don't you?" she said. "You're not asking, you're confirming." I told her I was. I told her about the test, just the shape of it, not the result. And my aunt, who had spent 30 years being kind to me in the small ways that don't cost anything, finally spent something that did. "There was a lawyer in Phoenix," she said. "A private placement. Pat and Glenn drove out in March and came back in June with the baby and a story. Mama, your grandmother, she signed something to help them. Money, I think. And she made them promise to tell that child the truth someday. They never did." A breath. She brought it up every Christmas for years, quietly, just to Pat. "When are you going to tell her?" And Pat would say, "There's nothing to tell." And your grandmother would look at you, Marion, sitting down at the end of the table, and her face would just break. I asked her why no one ever said anything to me, why I'd spent my whole childhood believing I was the problem. "Because you were the proof, sweetheart," Aunt Diane said, and her voice cracked. 2 years after they swore up and down Pat couldn't carry a baby, there you were. You were the living evidence that the official story was a lie. Every time your mother looked at you, she saw the thing she'd decided to bury. It was never about you. You were just the only one in that house who couldn't be explained away. I had to sit on the floor of my apartment after that call. Not because it was new, I'd worked most of it out from the documents, but because hearing another human being say it out loud made it real in a way the paper never could. A document tells you a fact. An aunt's broken voice tells you it cost people something to keep it from you. I want to be careful here, because I've watched too many families burn down over half a fact, so I did one more thing before I let myself believe it all the way. I tracked down the placement records I was entitled to request, and I found a court file from Maricopa County, sealed in part but with enough on the public docket. A finalization of adoption, spring of 1990, petitioners Patricia and Glenn Ellsworth. The names matched. The dates matched the letter. The letter matched my aunt. My aunt matched the DNA. And the DNA matched the only grandmother who ever made me feel like I was worth keeping. 4 independent things, and they all pointed the same direction. In my world, that's not a feeling anymore. That's a finding. I needed records. This is where being a paralegal stopped being a sad joke and started being the most useful thing about me. I knew how to request things. I knew which records were public and which weren't, and how to ask for the public ones without lying. I pulled what I could of Brooke's vital records, and the certified birth certificate on file, the one my mother had always kept in the fireproof box, listed Patricia and Glenn Ellsworth as parents and a hospital in Ohio. But a birth certificate is just a piece of paper that says what someone swore was true at the time, and the DNA said otherwise. Both things could not be facts. One of them was a story. I went back to my grandmother's papers. Howard, bless him, had boxed up her personal correspondence and let me go through it as a beneficiary. And in a shoebox of old letters, rubber-banded by year, I found 1990. There was a letter from my mother to my grandmother, postmarked from Arizona, spring of 1990. I read it standing up in Howard's conference room and had to sit down halfway through. It was careful. It never said the word adoption, but it said things like, "The agency wants to finalize before the court date," and "Glenn and I have decided she'll never need to know. And please, Mother, this stays between us. If it ever gets out, it will follow her forever. She'll never need to know. She, Brooke." My grandmother had kept that letter for 36 years. She'd known, or half known, the whole time. That was the feeling she told me she'd had and wouldn't break the family over. She'd carried it quietly until she was dying, and then she'd gone and gotten the proof. Because a feeling can't change a will, but a DNA report can. Here is what I understood, sitting in that conference room with 36 years of secret in my hands. Brooke was adopted. Privately, quietly, through an agency out west. In a season, my mother disappeared and reappeared transformed. And my parents had made a choice I still don't fully understand. They'd buried it so deep that they raised Brooke as the firstborn miracle and treated me, their actual biological child, as the afterthought. I'll be honest. For about a day, I hated Brooke. It's ugly, but it's true. All those years she got the held up to the light love I'd starved for. And she wasn't even... And then I stopped myself, because I'd done the math the cruel way, and there was a kinder, more terrible truth underneath it. Brooke didn't know either. If my mother wrote, "She'll never need to know," then Brooke had spent her whole life as the chosen one without ever knowing the choice was a cover story. She wasn't my enemy. She was the other half of the same lie. We were 2 daughters raised inside one secret. One of us loved to hide it. One of us pushed aside because I was the living, breathing evidence that my mother could, in fact, have a child of her own. That was the part that broke me, the night I finally understood it. I'd assumed my whole life that I was hard to love, but I think my mother looked at me and saw the proof that the story she'd built her life on was a lie. Every time she looked at her real daughter, she saw the thing she'd spent 30 years pretending wasn't true. So she pushed the evidence to the end of the table. I sat on my kitchen floor that night with my back against the cabinets and cried the way I hadn't let myself cry since I was a child. The ugly, gulping kind, with Biscuit pacing around me, confused. Then I washed my face and made tea and got out a legal pad, because I'd learned a long time ago that the only way I know how to survive a thing is to organize it. If you've made it this far with me, you already know I'm not going to do the small, satisfying thing here. I could have walked into a dinner and thrown the report on the table, but I want to ask you to do something first before I tell you what I actually did. Pause for 1 second and guess how you think this ends. Do you think my mother begged forgiveness? Do you think Brooke and I ended up enemies? Hold your guess. Write it down if you want. Because what happened at that table was not what I planned, and it was not what any of them expected. And I promise you the ending is going to land somewhere you don't see coming. Now let me show you how I got ready. I want to be clear that I wasn't building a weapon. I was building a floor. Something solid to stand on when the ground gave way, which I knew it would the moment I spoke. Over the next 2 weeks, while my mother sent passive-aggressive texts about the family meeting and getting grandma's affairs settled before Brooke's anniversary trip, I quietly assembled everything. I made 3 certified copies of the DNA report and kept the original in Howard's safe. I scanned my grandmother's 1990 letter and the entire shoebox of correspondence. I documented the chain of custody, the lab accreditation, the amended will. I wrote out a clean timeline, dated and sourced, the way I'd build a case file. I did not do this because I'm cold. I did it because I knew that the first thing my mother would do, the very first thing, was call it a lie. And while I built my floor, I watched them build their trap. My mother, it turned out, had been busy too. Through the family group chat I was barely in, and through things Brooke said without thinking, I pieced together what my parents were planning for the family meeting. They believed the lake house and trust were theirs to direct toward Brooke. They had already, my mother let slip, spoken to Howard about expediting things. They'd told the extended family, the aunts, the cousins, that the reading was a formality. My father had reportedly already promised Brooke and her husband they could use the lake house that very summer. They had no idea the will had been changed. They had no idea what was in that envelope. They were walking toward a door they thought they owned, and behind it was 36 years of their own secret. The cruelest thing my mother did in those 2 weeks, she did without knowing what she was doing. She called me, actually called, which she almost never did. And in the warmest voice she'd used with me in years, she asked me to be a team player at the meeting. She said, "I know you and I have had our friction, Marion, but family is everything, and Brooke's been through enough stress planning her trip. Let's keep this simple. Let Grandma's wishes be honored. Let Grandma's wishes be honored." I almost laughed. I said, "I want exactly that, Mom. I want Grandma's actual wishes honored." She heard agreement. I meant something she couldn't imagine. There was one moment in those 2 weeks that I keep coming back to. Aunt Diane called me, unprompted. She'd been thinking, she said, about my questions. She was quiet, and then she said, "Marion, honey, whatever you're looking into, be careful. Your mother has spent her whole life keeping a certain story straight. People like that, when the story cracks, they don't get sad. They get dangerous." A pause. "But for what it's worth, you were always the one who deserved that lake house. Mama knew it too. Mama, my grandmother. So Aunt Diane knew at least some of it. I asked her gently if she'd be at the meeting. She said she would. I told her I might need a witness who'd tell the truth no matter who got upset. There was a long silence on the line. "I've kept that woman's secrets for 30 years, she finally said. "I think I'm done." The weekend before the meeting, I drove up to the lake house alone. I told myself I went to check on the property, since it might soon be my responsibility. That was the lie I told myself. The truth is, I went because I needed to stand in the one place on earth where I'd always been wanted, before I walked into the place where I never had been. Howard had given me the key. The house was cold and still, sheets over the furniture, but it smelled the same. Wood smoke and lavender soap, 30 years deep in the walls. I walked through it slowly. The screened porch where she taught me gin rummy, the kitchen where she dressed my cut hand and, I now knew, quietly saved the bandage. The dock my grandfather built, gone soft and gray at the edges. On the porch I found the card table still set up, and in the drawer underneath it, her deck of cards, the corners worn round from decades of her hands. There was a photograph tucked in the box with them. I almost didn't look. I'm glad I did. It was me, maybe 11, on that dock, mid-laugh, holding up a fish I'd caught. And on the back, in her handwriting, Marion, the one who pays attention, the one who stays. Not difficult, not independent, not the one who doesn't need much, the one who pays attention, the one who stays. I sat down on the dock and I let myself break. Finally, all the way, with no one to perform restraint for. I cried for the kid in the photo who'd spent the next 20 years believing the opposite of every word on the back of it. I cried for my grandmother, who saw me clearly and was overruled by a daughter's secret for 3 decades. And I cried, a little, for my mother, because it must be an exhausting kind of hell to spend your whole life guarding a door and to push away your own flesh and blood because she keeps reminding you the door is there. When I was done, I washed my face in the cold lake and I drove home, and somewhere on the highway the fear left me and didn't come back. I wasn't walking into that meeting to win an argument. I was walking in to put a 36-year-old burden down on the floor where it belonged. My grandmother had carried it as long as she could. Now it was my turn, and then it would be no one's. I had my floor. I had a witness. I had the report, the letter, the will, and the truth. And I had one decision left, the hardest one, which was how to do this without becoming the kind of person my grandmother would not have recognized. Because here's the thing I kept circling back to, on my kitchen floor, on the long drives, in the gray hour before sleep. I could destroy my mother. The materials were right there. I could stand up at that table and break her open in front of everyone she'd ever performed for. And part of me, the 8-year-old with the spelling trophy, wanted that so badly my teeth ached. But my grandmother's note said I was the one of them who was never cruel. She'd handed me a weapon and called me kind in the same breath, and I understood it as a dare. Could I hold the truth and not become my mother holding it? I decided I would tell the truth, all of it, exactly as it was. I would not soften it to protect the people who'd never protected me, but I would not aim it at Brooke, who was innocent. I'd aim it where it belonged, at the 2 people who'd known and chosen for 36 years. The meeting was set for a Saturday in June at my parents' house, with Howard present to read the will. My mother had turned it into an event, a catered lunch, the good china again, the whole extended family. She wanted witnesses to her coronation. She was about to get witnesses to something else. I drove out that morning with a folder on my passenger seat and my grandmother's note in my pocket, and I was calmer than I'd been in years because for the first time in my life I knew exactly where I belonged. I belonged on the side of the truth. It had just taken 34 years and a dead woman's love to get me there. I got there early, on purpose. I wanted 10 minutes alone with my mother before the room filled, because whatever happened next, I didn't want her to be able to say I'd ambushed her in front of everyone without giving her a chance to do the decent thing first. She was in the kitchen, arranging deviled eggs on a platter, wearing the navy dress she wore to important things. She looked up and gave me the company smile. "Marian, you're early. Make yourself useful. The napkins are in the drawer." I didn't move toward the napkins. I said, "Mom, I need to talk to you for a minute, before everyone gets here." Something in my voice made her set the platter down. She crossed her arms. "If this is about the seating, I'm not redoing the... It's about Brooke," I said. "And the lake house. And what Grandma knew." For just a second, and I will remember this second for the rest of my life, something flickered behind my mother's eyes. Not confusion, recognition, the face of a person who has spent decades waiting for a knock at the door, hearing it at last. She recovered fast. She always did. "I don't know what you think you know," she said, cool now, "but this is a day to honor your grandmother, not to make yourself the center of attention for once." I almost let it go. The old reflex, the duck and cover. Instead, I took the envelope out of my folder. Not the report, just the envelope, the sealed lab return address showing. And I set it on the counter between us, next to the deviled eggs. "Grandma ordered this last September," I said quietly. "She gave me your hairbrush and my bandage. You know the kind of test it is. I'm asking you one time, as your daughter. Do you want to tell them? Or do you want me to?" I watched the color leave my mother's face in real time. She looked at the envelope like it was something alive. Her mouth opened and closed. And then, because she is who she is, she chose the worst possible thing. She lowered her voice to a hiss and she said, "You ungrateful little... We gave you everything. Both of you. You will not bring some garbage you bought online into my house and ruin your sister's life over a grudge." So she knew. There was no other way to read it. I'd given her the door, and she'd slammed it. "It's not from online," I said. "It's from Howard. And it's not a grudge. It's Grandma's." She left it to me. The doorbell rang. The first guests. My mother straightened her dress, fixed her face into the company smile in the space of one breath, and walked past me to answer it, and as she passed, she said, "Lo, you wouldn't dare." I'd spent 30 years being the daughter who wouldn't dare. She'd built her whole comfort on it. The room filled. Aunt Diane caught my eye across it and gave me a small nod. Brooke arrived with her husband, glowing about her trip, and hugged me and said, "I'm so glad you came. You've been so distant." And I hugged her back and felt the floor of the lie under both our feet. My father shook hands and refilled glasses. Howard Hale sat quietly at the end of the table with his briefcase, an old man who'd kept a dying woman's last promise. Lunch was served. The performance began. My mother held court, telling stories about Grandma that put herself at the center of each one. And then, over coffee, my father tapped his glass and said it was time to talk about the estate. And he turned to Howard, and he said, with the easy confidence of a man who has never once been told no, "Whenever you're ready, Howard. I think we all know how Ruth wanted things handled." Howard opened his briefcase. He looked at me, one question in his eyes. I nodded. "Actually, Glenn," Howard said, "Ruth was quite specific, and it differs from what I think you're expecting. She amended her will last October. She was fully competent. I had her evaluated, and the documentation is here." He laid the papers on the table. The lake house and the Donovan Trust passed to her direct biological descendants, and she attached a condition of proof. The table went still. My mother's smile didn't move, but her hand found the edge of the table. "What does that mean, biological descendants?" my father said. "We're all. Brooke and Marian are her granddaughters. That's the condition," Howard said gently. Ruth asked that descent be confirmed. She left the instrument of confirmation with Marian. Every face turned to me, and I understood that this was the moment my whole life had been quietly walking toward. I could feel the 8-year-old with the trophy, and the 19-year-old packing her car, and the woman on the kitchen floor, all of them standing behind me. I kept my grandmother's voice in my head, the one of them who was never cruel. I took out the report. My hands did not shake. Grandma loved this family, I said. She also knew it was built on something nobody would say out loud. Before she died, she ordered an accredited DNA test, her own sample, and both of ours. I looked at Brooke when I said the next part, because she deserved to hear it from someone who wasn't going to weaponize it against her. Brooke, this isn't about you, and none of what I'm about to say is your fault. You didn't know. I didn't either until 2 weeks ago. Marion, my mother's voice cracked like a whip. Stop, this instant. I didn't stop. The test confirms 2 things, I said. First, that I am Ruth's biological granddaughter. The maternal line matches, over 99.9%. I slid the page to the center of the table, the gray summary box facing up. And second, I said, and for the first time my voice almost went, and I let it, because my grandmother told me emotion held too tightly turns to stone, that Brooke is not Ruth's, not Mom's. The maternal line excludes her completely. The silence after that had a sound. It was the sound of 36 years of a story coming apart. My mother stood up. This is a lie, she said, too loud. This is a forgery. Marion has always been jealous. She's always wanted to tear this family apart. She's bought some fake document to humiliate us. And here is where it went the way it always goes when a lie tries to outrun the truth. Because Howard Hale cleared his throat and said mildly, Patricia, I commissioned the lab on Ruth's behalf myself. The chain of custody is documented. The lab is court accredited. I'd be cautious about the word forgery. My mother snatched the page off the table. I let her. I'd brought 3 copies and the original was in Howard's safe. A person who has watched families fight over documents for a living does not bring the only copy to the fight. She scanned it, and I watched her eyes move and stop and move and stop. And I watched the exact instant she ran out of room to pretend. This proves nothing, she said, but it came out thin. DNA tests are wrong. There are stories all the time. Then explain the letter, I said. I took it out then. The second receipt. The one I'd been holding. I'd had it enlarged and printed so the room could see it. I held it up. Her own handwriting, 36 years old. The agency wants to finalize before the court date. Glenn and I have decided she'll never need to know. This is your handwriting, Mom, I said quietly. From Arizona. Grandma kept it for 36 years. Should I read it out loud, or do you want to tell them what's in it? A cousin near the end of the table, Brooke's cousin, my cousin, a kid in college named Tyler, said, into the silence, Aunt Pat, is that real? And my mother, who had spent her whole life managing every room she walked into, looked at a 19-year-old and had no performance left to give him. My mother turned on Howard and then on me, and her composure, the thing she'd worn my whole life like armor, finally cracked all the way down. You don't understand what you've done, she said to me, shaking. You don't understand what it took to give that girl a normal life. What girl, Patricia? Aunt Diane's voice, quiet, from down the table. She stood up too. Say it. After 36 years, say it out loud, or I will. Brooke had gone white. She was looking between her mother and her aunt and the page on the table, and her voice when it came was very small. Mom, what is she talking about? What does give me a normal life mean? My mother opened her mouth. Nothing came out. And in that silence, my father, who had refilled wine through 30 years of my life and never once defended me, put his face in his hands and said, muffled and broken, We adopted you, Brooke, in Arizona, in 1990. We never told you. We never told anyone. I have replayed the next part 100 times. Brooke didn't scream. She didn't cry. Not at first. She just looked at the 2 people who'd raised her. And then she looked at me. And she said the thing that told me she was, Underneath everything, a good person caught in a bad lie. Then why? She said to our parents, her voice rising for the first time. Why did you spend my whole life telling Marion she didn't belong? She's the only one of us who actually... She's your real... Brooke couldn't finish it. She turned to me, this sister I'd resented for 30 years, and she said, Marion, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I swear to God I didn't know. That was the moment the table stopped being theirs and started being ours. My mother tried one more time to reach for the steering wheel of the story. She always had to be driving. Everyone needs to calm down, she said. These results, these things are wrong all the time. We can get our own test. We can, I agreed. Get your own. I'll pay for it. Use any lab you like. I'm not afraid of the answer, Mom. You are. You've been afraid of it for 36 years. That's the whole reason I grew up at the end of the table. She had no reply, because there wasn't one. The room had seen it now. The aunts, the cousins, my father broken open, Diane standing like a witness in a courtroom. There was no smile left to put on. The performance was over, and the only thing left on the stage was the truth, which had been there all along, waiting for someone brave enough or dying enough to turn the lights on. Howard, in his quiet lawyer's way, brought us back to earth. The will stands as written, he said. The lake house and the trust passed to Ruth's confirmed biological descendant. That is Marion. He looked at me, and there was something in his old face that I think was my grandmother's, borrowed. Ruth also left you a letter to read after this. She thought you might need it about now. The lunch did not recover. There was no dessert, no coffee refilled, no graceful close. The catered platters sat there going cold while my mother stood at the head of her own table with nothing left to serve. One by one, the relatives made their excuses. An aunt with a long drive, a cousin who suddenly remembered somewhere to be. People do that when a family's private weather turns violent in public. They reach for their coats. My father never lifted his head from his hands. My mother kept saying variations of the same 3 sentences. It's not what it looks like. We did what we had to. You've all turned on me. To a room that was emptying out from under her. Tyler, the college kid, hugged me on his way out and whispered, For what it's worth, you were always the cool aunt's kid, which made me laugh for the first time in 2 weeks. Aunt Diane stayed until the end, washing dishes my mother had stopped pretending to care about. And on her way out, she held my face in both her hands and said, Mama would be so proud of you. She's proud of you right now. I chose to believe her. Brooke and her husband left early, not angry at me, at them. She texted me from the car before they'd even reached the highway. I don't have a single thing figured out right now except that you're my sister and I should have seen it. Can we get coffee this week? I said yes before she finished typing. I was the last to go. I packed up my folder, the copies, the original of nothing. I'd kept the real document safe the whole time, which my mother only seemed to register at the very end. The realization that the daughter she'd dismissed as the difficult one had quietly out-prepared her. As I reached the door, she said my name. Just Marion. I turned. I waited. I gave her the opening, one last time, the same way I had in the kitchen that morning. She couldn't take it. You've ruined this family, is what she chose. I looked at her for a long moment. This woman whose approval I'd hunted for 34 years, and I felt the hunt finally end. Not with her giving me what I wanted, but with me stopping wanting it from her. No, Mom, I said. You hid a child for 36 years and made the other one feel like a stranger to cover it. I just turned the lights on. What you do in the light is up to you. And I left. I want to tell you that winning felt like winning. It didn't, exactly. Watching my mother's face fall apart was not the warm bath of revenge I'd imagined as an angry kid. It was just sad. It was a woman who'd spent her whole life protecting a secret that had cost her the one daughter who was actually hers. If you've ever waited years for an apology that never comes, if there's a person in your life who has finally been shown the truth and still can't say they're sorry, I want you to hear what I figured out at that table, because it took me 34 years and I'd give it to you for free. You will not get your healing from their confession. It isn't coming. You get your healing from somewhere else, and I'm about to tell you where I found mine. Here is what the lake house turned out to be worth, and it was not the money. In the weeks after that lunch, the family rearranged itself the way families do after an earthquake, along new fault lines, with some people on my side of the crack and some on theirs. My parents did get their own test. I knew they would, and I knew what it would say. It said exactly what Grandma said. They never told me the result. I heard it from Aunt Diane. They simply went quiet, the way they'd always gone quiet at me, except now the silence was theirs to sit in. My mother has not apologized. I don't think she knows how. The story she built was load-bearing, and pulling it out brought the whole house down, and I think she's still standing in the rubble insisting it's a house. My father called me once, late, and got as far as, "Marion, before his voice gave out, and we sat on the phone in silence for a minute, and then he said, "Good night, sweetheart," which is the most fathering thing he's ever done. I'm letting that be enough for now. I'm not holding my breath for more. The surprise of my life is Brooke. We had coffee 2 weeks after. Both of us wrung out. She told me she'd never questioned why our mother was warmer to her. She'd just assumed I was difficult, the way they'd taught her to. She cried about that, the assuming. And then she said something I think about all the time. She said, "We were both being used, Marianne. You to hide me to hide the lie. Neither of us got to just be a kid. She's not my enemy. She never was." We are two women who survived the same secret from opposite ends, and we're slowly, carefully, becoming the actual sisters our parents never let us be. She didn't want the lake house. She told me Grandma got it right. I told her she's welcome there any summer she likes, and I meant it, because a lake house full of one person isn't an inheritance. It's just a sad place with a good dock. I read my grandmother's last letter alone, on that dock, the first weekend I owned the place. I'll share the end of it, because it's the thing that actually healed the wound, not the will. "My Marion," she wrote. "I'm sorry it took my whole life to give you proof of what I always knew. You were never the one who didn't belong. You were the one who belonged so completely that your mother couldn't look at you. Don't waste another year auditioning for people who graded you on a test. You were always failing on purpose. You passed mine the day you were born. The house is yours. So is the lake, and the dock your grandfather built. And every summer, I'm not here for. Fill them with people who hold you up to the light. Love, always and already, Ruth." I sat on that dock until the sun went down. I didn't cry much. The wound that ran my whole life, the certainty that I was hard to love, that there was a defect in me my own mother could feel, it didn't vanish. Wounds don't. But it set down finally, somewhere solid, exactly like she promised. I was never unlovable. I was just inconvenient to a lie. There is a world of difference, and I'd spent 30 years on the wrong side of it. So here's where I'll leave you, because I think some of you needed to hear this more than you needed to hear the rest of my family's mess. The people who made you feel like you didn't belong were almost always protecting something in themselves, not telling you the truth about yourself. The defect you've been hunting for, paying therapists to help you find. It isn't there. It was never there. You were just standing in the light of someone else's secret and they couldn't stand to look at you. You don't need them to admit it. Mine never will. You just need one person, living or gone, who held you up to the light and saw you clearly. And if you can't find one, then you become that person, for yourself. and for whoever comes after you at the end of the table. I own the lake house now. I play gin rummy on the porch with whoever I choose. And the seat at the head of the table is mine, not because I fought for it, but because the one person who ever truly saw me made sure, with her dying breath, that I'd finally stop sitting near the door. I belonged all along. So do you. Go find your doc. My name is Rosa Weathers. I'm 28 years old. 6 hours after an emergency cesarean, my father stormed into my recovery room with a lawyer and declared coldly, "You're too broken and mentally unstable to be a mother. A damaged woman like you has no right to raise this child. We're taking our grandson home before you destroy him too." I lay there stitched up, still bleeding, legs heavy and useless from the fading spinal block, completely alone. My husband was 3 floors down performing emergency heart surgery, unreachable. My mother stood silently behind him with a pre-packed diaper bag. They had months of fabricated psychiatric reports and custody papers ready. They thought I was at my weakest. They thought they had already won. They had no idea this was my hospital. One single keystroke by the head nurse, and 90 seconds later, everything they planned began to violently unravel. If you've ever been called broken, unstable, or not good enough by the people who were supposed to love you the most, especially at your most vulnerable moment, I want you to comment the word enough right now. Let me know I'm not alone. Now, let me take you back to the moment I surfaced from the morphine haze and realized exactly what my own parents were trying to do to me. The clock on the wall read 4:04 p.m. Owen had been born at 10:04 that morning. 6 hours. 6 hours since they'd cut him out of me, since I'd held him for 30 seconds before the nurses whisked him to the level 2 nursery. "Just monitoring," they'd said. "Standard for C-sections." I tried to remember those 30 seconds. His weight. His cry. The way his tiny fist had curled around my finger before they took him away. The morphine made everything soft around the edges. My hospital bracelet pressed against my wrist, white plastic with my name printed in black. Weathers Brennan Rosa. Below it, a matching number that corresponded to Owen's tiny band. Connected, even when separated. "Where's Owen?" My voice came out hoarse. "Is he okay?" The nurse checking my vitals, young, kind eyes, smiled. "He's perfect, honey. Nursery right across the hall. You'll see him soon. Rest now." But I couldn't rest. Something felt wrong. Not medically wrong, something else. Julian. Where was Julian? I checked the clock again. 4:06 p.m. He'd gone into OR3 at 11:15 that morning. Emergency bypass surgery. 5 hours, they'd projected. He could be done any minute, or the surgery could run long. They always did. The visitor chair sat empty. Teal vinyl, scratched and sun-faded. That's where he should be. That's where he would be, if he could. My phone was in a locker downstairs. The nurse call button rested under my right hand, red and warm from my palm. Should I press it? For what? To say I felt uneasy? That something in my chest was tightening and it wasn't the staples? The morphine PCA pump beeped its steady rhythm. Patient-controlled analgesia. I could press the button for more, but I'd maxed out for the hour. The green light blinked, indifferent. I tried to wiggle my toes. They responded, barely. The spinal block was wearing off, leaving behind that pins and needles sensation that meant feeling was returning. My legs felt like dead weight, impossible to lift. I couldn't stand even if I tried. Medical protocol. 12 hours minimum before attempting to walk after a cesarean. 18 staples held my abdomen together. I could feel them pulling when I breathed too deep. Blood pressure cuff inflated automatically. 95/62. Low, but stable. I was still bleeding. That was normal, they'd said. would continue for weeks. The catheter bag hung beside the bed, a quarter full of amber liquid. The IV line in my right hand tugged when I moved. I was tethered, trapped, vulnerable in a way I'd never been in my 28 years. The incision across my lower abdomen burned with every shallow breath, 18 metal staples pulling tight like barbed wire under my skin. The catheter tube tugged uncomfortably whenever I shifted, a constant, humiliating reminder that my body was still recovering from major surgery. Lochia, the postpartum bleeding, soaked the thick pad between my legs, and the nurse had warned it would continue for weeks. I remembered the 30 seconds I held Owen, his warm, wrinkled skin against my chest, the tiny cry that sounded like the most beautiful sound in the world. Now that memory felt stolen. My arms ached to hold him again, but I could barely lift them above the blanket. I was a social worker who spent every day fighting for vulnerable children, yet in this moment I couldn't even fight for my own son. And that's when I heard them. 3 sets of footsteps in the hallway. My heart knew before my brain caught up. The monitor beside me spiked. 72 to 89 in seconds. I knew that gait. Measured. Deliberate. The walk of a man who'd never met a room he didn't own. My father. The door handle turned. Chrome, catching the afternoon light. The Venetian blinds were half closed, March sun striping the linoleum floor in bands of gray and gold. The empty chair seemed to mock me. Julian should be there. Julian should be. The door opened. Theodore Weathers entered first. The last time we'd spoken face to face was at my wedding. He and Mom had refused to come, claiming we don't approve of the match. When I announced the pregnancy, they sent nothing but that single cold email. Now here they were, 3 years of silence exploding into this moment. Mom hovered behind him, eyes fixed on the floor, knuckles white around the Burberry diaper bag she must have bought months ago. The lawyer looked expensive and uncomfortable, like he already sensed something was off. He didn't smile, didn't ask how I was feeling, didn't look at me like I was his daughter who'd just given birth to his first grandchild. He looked at me like I was a case file. "Rosa," he said, "we need to talk." My father has always been good at control. It's his gift, if you can call it that. The ability to walk into any space and make it his. Courtroom, boardroom, hospital room. He pulled the visitor chair close. Too close. Inside what therapists call personal space, what I call the zone where you can't breathe properly. He sat, folded his hands, the same gesture I'd seen 1,000 times growing up. The gesture that meant, I've already decided. This conversation is a formality. Behind him, my mother hovered near the door. White leather purse clutched in both hands, knuckles bone pale. She wouldn't look at me. The third person, a man in his 50s, gray suit, leather briefcase with brass clasps, positioned himself by the window. "This is Richard Pemberton," my father said. "He's a family law specialist. We've retained him regarding a sensitive matter concerning your child." Pemberton nodded, didn't smile, set his briefcase on the windowsill and opened it. The sound of brass clasps clicking open felt very loud in the small room. My mother still wouldn't look at me, just stood there, purse in her death grip, staring at the floor tiles. "Mr. Weathers," I said. My voice came out steadier than I felt. "What is this?" My father's expression didn't change. He reached for the manila folder Pemberton was extracting from the briefcase. "Rosa, sweetheart," my mother whispered. First words, voice trembling. "Please just listen. This is for the best. For everyone." The folder landed on my bedside table with a soft thump. Heavy, expensive paper. It pushed aside my water cup, which teetered but didn't fall. My father slid it closer to me. "Rosa," he said, "we're filing for emergency custody of your son. Today." The words didn't land right. They bounced off my morphine-dulled brain like stones off water. Custody. Emergency. Today. I started. The paperwork has been filed with King County Superior Court as of 1:35 this afternoon. His voice was clinical, rehearsed. Every word had weight behind it. We are the petitioners. You are the respondent. Given the circumstances of your current condition and your documented history, we believe immediate intervention is necessary to protect the minor child. I stared at him, at the folder, at my mother, who still wouldn't meet my eyes. What history? I managed. Pemberton cleared his throat. Ms. Weathers Brennan, if you'd like to review the petition. Her name, my father interrupted, is Rosa Weathers. That's how the petition is filed. Not Weathers Brennan. Just Weathers. Like Julian didn't exist. Like the past 3 years of my life had been erased with a pen stroke. My hands shook as I picked up the folder. The brass fasteners were sharp against my fingers. The cover page stared up at me in official typeface. Petition for emergency custody. King County Superior Court case number. Assigned petitioners. Theodore Weathers. Catherine Weathers. Respondent. Rosa Weathers Brennan, 52 pages. My name was misspelled on page 3. Weathers Brennan, sloppy. I flipped to page 4. November 12th. I had been at work that day supervising a foster placement hearing until 4 p.m. I had the time card, emails, and witness statements to prove it. Yet here was an 8-page report claiming I had sat in an office I had never visited, crying about being unready for motherhood and showing flat affect and poor insight. The diagnosis codes, major depressive disorder and generalized anxiety disorder, were written as if they were facts. Medication recommendations I had never taken, session notes describing conversations that had never happened. As a social worker who reviewed psych evals every single week, I knew exactly how convincing this document looked on paper. Someone had spent months building a case that could destroy my life with a single keystroke. Section 3, Documentation of Respondent's Mental Instability. Subsection A, Psychiatric Evaluation conducted by Dr. Helen Morrison, Ph.D., Licensed Clinical Psychologist, November 12, 2025. I stopped breathing. November 12th. I'd been at work that day. I'd supervised a foster placement hearing at 2 p.m. I had the time card to prove it. I'd never seen anyone named Dr. Helen Morrison in my life. The evaluation was 8 pages long. Professional letterhead. Belltown Psychiatric Associates, 2127 First Avenue, Suite 304, Seattle, Washington 98121. I read the first paragraph. Patient Rosa Weathers Brennan presented for initial evaluation on November 12, 2025, reporting significant anxiety regarding her pregnancy and expressing ambivalence about her readiness for parenthood. Patient appeared disheveled, affect was flat, and she demonstrated poor insight into her emotional state. I had never been to Belltown for therapy, had never set foot in an office at that address. The diagnosis codes jumped out at me. F3 2.1, Major Depressive Disorder, Moderate. F4 1.1, Generalized Anxiety Disorder. Medication recommendations. Sertraline 100 milligrams daily. Lorazepam 0.5 milligrams as needed for acute anxiety episodes. I'd never taken either medication. The session notes were detailed, specific. They described conversations I'd never had. Patient stated, "I'm not ready for this. I don't know if I can do this." When asked about support systems, patient became defensive and withdrawn. My hands were shaking so badly the pages rustled. "This is fake," I said. My voice sounded very far away. "I've never seen this person. I've never been to this address." My father's expression didn't change. "The clinical records are quite clear, Rosa. Dr. Morrison documented your sessions over a 12-week period. Your denial is consistent with the symptom profile she identified." Gaslighting. The word rose up from my social work training. Make the victim question their own reality. Make them doubt what they know to be true. I flipped forward. November 26th, December 10th. 3 sessions documented in detail. I'd been at work all 3 days. I could prove it. The affidavit doesn't specify the location of the sessions, Pemberton added, reading from his notes. But Dr. Morrison's credentials are— I don't care about her credentials, I said. I was never there. I kept reading. My stomach turned over. Section 4, corroborating witness testimony. 6 affidavits. 6 names I didn't recognize. Jennifer Paulson. I witnessed Rosa crying in a coffee shop in December 2025, saying she wasn't ready to be a mother and didn't know if she could go through with it. Mark DeLuca. Rosa told me she'd made a mistake and was having serious doubts about her pregnancy. Susan Crawford, Brian Westfield, Dorothy Hannigan, Kevin Shields, all claiming similar observations. Dates scattered across October through December. Coffee shops, grocery stores, public parks. All vague, all unverifiable, all notarized, all apparently legitimate. I don't know these people, I said. Any of them. Who is Jennifer Paulson? Ms. Paulson is listed as a concerned community member who encountered you at a cafe on December 18th, Pemberton said. Uncomfortable now, glancing at my father. What cafe? Where? The affidavit doesn't specify. Of course it didn't. I flipped to page 15. My breath caught. Catherine Weathers. Supporting statement. 2 pages. My mother's signature at the bottom. Dated March 1st, 2026. 15 days ago. Notarized at Gold Seal Notary Services, the same building as my father's law office. I looked up at her. She was crying now, silent tears tracking down her face. Mom, I said. You signed this? She didn't answer, just stood there crying, holding that white purse like it was the only thing keeping her upright. I read her statement. I have witnessed my daughter's declining mental health over the past year. She has become increasingly withdrawn, refuses family support, and expresses inappropriate anger toward her father and myself. She has made concerning statements about feeling overwhelmed by impending motherhood. I fear for my grandchild's safety in her care. You haven't seen me in 3 years, I said. My voice was very quiet now, very controlled. You didn't come to my wedding. You didn't respond when I told you I was pregnant. And you signed a legal document saying you've witnessed my mental health decline? Rosa, please. Her voice broke. Please what? I looked at my father. You did this. You made her sign this. He didn't deny it. Just looked at me with those cold, assessing eyes. Your father said it was the only way to help you, my mother whispered. Help me? The laugh that came out of me didn't sound like mine. By taking my child? I looked back at the petition. Page 16. Final paragraph. Given respondents' current compromised physical and mental state, post-surgical, medicated, and without adequate support system, petitioners request immediate temporary custody pending full evidentiary hearing. Emergency removal is warranted to protect the minor child from foreseeable harm. The clock read 4:11 p.m. Julian was still in surgery. I was alone. And my parents had just told me they were taking my son. My father has been planning this for 7 months. I know that now. I can trace it back. The email he sent in August when I told them I was pregnant. The one that said, "We need to discuss what's best for this child." Not congratulations, not joy. Just that cold, calculated statement of intent. I'd thought it was concern. Misguided, controlling, typical Ted Weathers concern. I'd deleted the email, blocked his work address. Thought that was the end of it. But he'd been working, building, fabricating a case against me. 4 months, November through February. Fake therapy sessions. Fake witnesses. fake evidence of instability that didn't exist. How do you fight that? How do you prove a negative? I tried to sit up straighter. The staples pulled. Pain lanced through my abdomen. The morphine took the edge off but couldn't touch the deeper ache. You hired someone to create fake medical records, I said. That's fraud. The documentation is legitimate, my father said. His voice never wavered, never rose. Absolute certainty. Dr. Morrison is a licensed professional who... Is she? I met his eyes. Because I'm going to find out. And when I do, when I prove this is all fabricated, you're going to face charges. Real ones. For the first time, something flickered across his face. Not worry. Just... recalculation. Rosa, he said, leaning forward slightly. Look at yourself. You're post-operative, medicated, alone. Your husband is unavailable. You have no support system here. The court will see that you're a man who fabricated psychiatric records to steal his daughter's child. We're not stealing anything. His tone shifted. Harder now. We're protecting our grandson from a mother who isn't capable of caring for him. You made choices, Rosa. You married someone beneath you. You isolated yourself from your family. You've demonstrated poor judgment repeatedly, and now, Julian is Division Chief of Interventional Cardiology at this hospital. The words came out before I thought about them. My father blinked, first genuine expression of surprise I'd seen from him. He's what? My husband, the man you've never bothered asking about, the man whose last name you can barely say without contempt. He's Division Chief of Interventional Cardiology at this hospital, where I work, where I've worked for 6 years as a social worker. Pemberton looked up sharply. My father's jaw tightened. That's irrelevant too. Is it? I looked at Pemberton. You didn't know that, did you? He didn't tell you where my husband works, what his position is. Did he? Pemberton's silence was answer enough. We're done here, my father said, standing abruptly. Rosa, we'll be back with the appropriate authorities. In the meantime, I said, you're going to leave my room. We're going to get our grandson. He moved toward the door, toward the hallway, toward the nursery. My mother followed him. She'd pulled a pre-packed diaper bag from somewhere. Burberry pattern. Expensive. Ready. They'd planned this down to the last detail. Pemberton gathered his papers. Mr. Weathers, I must advise this isn't proper protocol. The paperwork is filed, my father said. I have legal standing. He was at the door now. I tried to stand. Couldn't. My legs wouldn't hold me. The spinal block was fading, but I was still too weak, too compromised. I pressed the morphine button. Desperate, futile. It wouldn't help. It couldn't help. My father opened the door, and Elena Rodriguez, head nurse of the recovery unit, was standing right there. Elena is 52 years old. She's worked at UW Medical for 28 years. She started the same year my mother did, back in 1998, when they were both ER nurses. She was there when my mother quit in 2001, when my father showed up at the hospital and made a scene and my mother turned in her resignation that same day. Elena remembered. Mr. Weathers, she said. Her voice was professional, neutral, but there was something underneath it, something steel. My father barely glanced at her. Excuse me. I need to check Ms. Weathers-Brennan's vitals. Elena moved past him into the room, positioning herself between him and the hallway, between him and the nursery. She went to my bedside, wrapped the blood pressure cuff around my arm. Her movements were calm, practiced, but her eyes were sharp, assessing. The cuff inflated. 98/64. Elevated. Stress. Heart rate's up. Elena said quietly, adjusting my morphine drip, checking the catheter output. Her hand hovered over the computer terminal just outside my door. My father was moving toward the hallway again. My mind raced in panic. If they reached the nursery now while Julian was still in surgery, they could flash the custody papers and walk out with Owen before anyone could stop them. I pictured the security guard at the nursery door stepping aside, the nurses handing over my son because the paperwork looked official. The thought made bile rise in my throat. I could hear their footsteps fading down the corridor toward the level 2 nursery, each step sounding like a hammer on my chest. Elena typed one line. I caught a glimpse of the screen. Just for a second. Security to recovery 412, family interference. Priority 1 timestamp, 4:10:17 p.m. She didn't say anything. Didn't look at my father. Just typed, logged the request, and stepped back into my room. I'll need everyone to stay in the room for a moment, she said. Still professional, still calm. My father ignored her, kept walking toward the nursery. My mother followed, diaper bag in hand. Pemberton stood frozen, briefcase half closed. 15 seconds. 35 seconds. I counted them. Couldn't help it. 58 seconds. The elevator at the end of the hall dinged. 73 seconds. Heavy footsteps. Radio static. 89 seconds. 2 security officers rounded the corner. The lead officer entered my room. Kevin Marshall. 40. 15 years at UW Medical. Former Army MP. He saw me first. Rosa? His tone shifted immediately. Concern. What's going on? He knew my name. Used my first name. My father stopped mid-step. Kevin Marshall picked up the custody petition from my bedside table. The pages my father had left there, so sure of his position. He read the cover page, flipped to page 2, stopped at the respondent's spouse line. I watched his face change. Wait, he said. Dr. Brennan? Division Chief Brennan? The second security officer, Monica Torres, 8 years at UW, former Seattle PD, stepped forward from the doorway. Rosa, you're married to Chief Brennan from Interventional? I nodded. My voice came out hoarse. He's in surgery. OR3. Elena stepped forward from where she'd been standing. Quiet, observant, strategic. Mr. Weathers? She said. Did you know your son-in-law is Division Chief of Interventional Cardiology at this hospital? My father's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Confusion, realization, something that might have been dread. Pemberton spoke up, his voice strangled. I wasn't provided that information in client intake. My mother's hand went to her mouth. The diaper bag dropped to the floor. Kevin was already radioing. This is Security 12, Priority 1 in Recovery 412. I need to reach Dr. Brennan's team immediately. Notify OR3 for emergency page. Static crackled. Other nurses appeared in the doorway. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo, my supervisor from social work walking past, stopped. Rosa, what? Elena turned to her. Voice low but clear. Call David Sterling, now. The radio crackled back. Security 12, Dr. Brennan is being paged stat. Attending taking over surgery. ETA 8 minutes. My father sat down heavily in the visitor chair. For the first time since he'd walked into my room, he was silent. Julian got the page at 4:12 p.m., 3 hours into a 5-hour coronary artery bypass procedure. Code, family emergency, recovery 412. Your wife, Stat Dr. Patricia Vance, the attending surgeon with 30 years experience, took over without hesitation. Go. I've got this. Julian scrubbed out in 2 minutes, ran through the hallways. OR wing to recovery wing. 4 minutes. Waited 45 seconds for the elevator. I can picture him. Still in surgical scrubs. Mask pulled down around his neck. Hands pink from the antiseptic scrub. 4th floor to room 412. 1 minute. 7 minutes and 52 seconds from page to arrival. The door opened at 4:52 p.m. He was still in navy surgical scrubs, scrub cap still on, shoe covers, stethoscope around his neck, reading glasses tucked in his scrub pocket. 6'1", lean, salt and pepper hair at the temples. 33 years old, but the job aged him. His eyes scanned the room. Me, security officers, elderly couple, man in a suit. He came to me first, ignored everyone else. His hand touched my face, gentle, checking for fever. Doctor reflex. His other hand found my pulse at my wrist. Hey. His voice was soft, just for me. Are you okay? What happened? The tears came then. Finally. After hours of holding everything inside, I broke. They're trying to take Owen. His jaw tightened. That small muscle that works when he's controlling fury. I'd been counting the seconds, watching the clock, praying. Julian entered. He was still in navy surgical scrubs, scrub cap still on, shoe covers, stethoscope around his neck, reading glasses tucked in his scrub pocket. 6'1", lean, salt and pepper hair at the temples, 33 years old, but the job aged him. His eyes scanned the room. Me, security officers, elderly couple, man in a suit. He came to me first, ignored everyone else. His hand touched my face, gentle, checking for fever. Doctor reflex. His other hand found my pulse at my wrist. Hey. His voice was soft. Just for me. Are you okay? What happened? The tears came then. Finally. They're trying to take Owen. His jaw tightened. That small muscle that works when he's controlling fury. He turned to face the room. Kevin handed him the custody petition. Julian read. 45 seconds of complete silence. His face stayed neutral, controlled. But I knew him. I could see it. The small muscle in his jaw working. The way his breathing changed. The subtle tension in his shoulders. He finished reading. Looked up at my father. Mr. Weathers. His voice was calm, quiet, absolutely authoritative. I need you to leave my wife's room. Now. My father tried to stand, to speak. Dr. Brennan, if you'd review the documentation. Julian cut him off. Didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. Kevin, please escort Mr. and Mrs. Weathers and their attorney from the building. I'll be filing a restraining order within the hour. They are not to return to this floor. He turned back to me. Dismissed my father completely. Put his hand on my face again. I'm here now. It's okay. My father tried to argue. Pemberton tried to intercede. Julian didn't even look at them. Kevin, he said again. And that was all it took. The escort began at 4:22 p.m. On the fourth floor, 12 staff members watched. Nurses, residents, case managers, people I'd worked with for 6 years. Whispers spread like wildfire. That's Rosa's parents. They tried to take the baby. Some faces showed shock, others quiet anger. Many had known my mother from her ER days. I lay in bed listening to the fading footsteps and radio chatter echoing down the hall. A strange mix of humiliation and relief washed over me. My parents, the people who once controlled every part of my life, were being walked out of the hospital like common trespassers, in full view of everyone who mattered. Recovery Room 412, Cascade Wing Hallway, Central Elevator Bank, Main Lobby, Exit Doors, approximately 800 feet, 12 minutes, deliberately slow, deliberately visible. On the fourth floor, 12 staff members watched. Nurses, residents, case managers, people I'd worked with for 6 years. The elevator stopped at the third floor. 4 residents entered, saw the escort, went quiet. The lobby, 4:34 p.m. shift change, peak traffic. I learned later there were 127 people present. Security cameras logged them, 3 of my social work colleagues, 2 case managers, 1 patient advocate. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo stopped mid-conversation with a family. Watched. Elena walked alongside the escort, visible, deliberate, a message to the staff. My father kept his shoulders back, tried to maintain dignity, failed. My mother cried, silent, shoulders shaking, hand over her mouth. As they approached the exit, Pemberton spoke. "Officer, I want it noted that I'm withdrawing from this case. I was not informed of material facts. I'll be filing formal notice with the court today." My father whipped around. "Richard, I don't represent clients who misrepresent circumstances, Ted." Pemberton's voice was cold. "We're done." He turned, walked back into the hospital, going to find my room, to offer testimony. The automatic doors opened. 4:36 p.m., 32 minutes from arrival to exit. As the doors closed, my mother turned back. One last look, made eye contact with Elena through the glass. Elena's expression wasn't triumphant, wasn't angry, just disappointed, sad. Catherine had been her colleague once, 25 years ago. She'd chosen wrong then, kept choosing wrong. Elena shook her head slightly, turned away. My mother crumpled against my father. He didn't comfort her. The doors closed. David Sterling arrived at my room at 5:15 p.m. Hospital legal advocate. 42 years old, 12 years in healthcare law. Julian was still there, sitting in the visitor chair, holding my hand. Sterling reviewed the custody petition. 20 minutes of silence. Reading. Making notes. Finally, he looked up. Dr. Morrison's psychology license was revoked by Washington State in 2023. Ethics violations, boundary violations with patients, fraudulent billing. I felt something release in my chest. Belltown Psychiatric Associates doesn't exist. The address listed, 2127 First Avenue, Suite 304, is a UPS store. Pemberton had arrived 15 minutes earlier. He handed Sterling a stack of documents. 4 of the 6 witness names don't exist in any public records I can access, Pemberton said. The 2 that do exist live in different states and have no connection to Seattle. I've already contacted them. They've never met Ms. Weathers-Brennan. Sterling nodded. Mr. Weathers hired a discredited practitioner to fabricate evidence. This isn't just custody overreach. This is fraud, potentially criminal. Can we file a restraining order tonight? Julian's voice was steady, but his hand was tight around mine. Already drafted. Sterling pulled out papers. Emergency temporary restraining order. I have an on-call judge standing by for phone review. We'll have it approved within 2 hours. He was right. The TRO was filed at 5:30 p.m. Judge Patricia Vance, different from the surgeon, no conflict, reviewed via phone at 6:45 p.m., approved at 7:15 p.m. 500 feet. Restriction from me, Julian, and Owen. No contact. 2 years duration, renewable. Full hearing scheduled in 14 days. But that wasn't all. Sterling pulled up his laptop. Hospital IT security report. I requested an audit of system access attempts, he said. Theodore Weathers attempted to access your employee file on January 15th. Denied. He tried searching employee records for Brennan on January 18th. Denied. He attempted to access your medical records on January 22nd, February 3rd, February 14th, and February 28th. All denied. All logged. 6 unauthorized access attempts, HIPAA violations, federal crime. He was cyberstalking you, Sterling said. For 2 months. Security flagged the pattern and elevated monitoring. That's how we have the complete audit trail. Julian's hand tightened further. There's more, Sterling said. He hesitated. I was researching your father's background for the TRO. I found something. He turned the laptop toward us. Court records. 1985. King County Superior Court. Gloria Weathers, Petitioner versus Amanda Weathers. Respondent. Emergency custody petition. Your father's mother filed for custody of your father's sister in 1985, Sterling said. Amanda Weathers. She was 26. Single mother. Gloria claimed she was unfit. Unstable. The court granted temporary custody. Gloria had the baby for 8 months before the decision was reversed. I stared at the screen. Ted was 17 when this happened, Sterling continued. He witnessed it, watched his mother take his sister's child, watched the family fracture. Amanda cut all contact, moved to Portland, never spoke to the family again. He learned it from her, I whispered. The words hit me like a second wave of morphine, heavy and disorienting. For the first time, I saw the full circle. My grandmother Gloria, doing to Aunt Amanda exactly what my father was trying to do to me. 41 years of the same toxic belief that control equals love. I looked at Julian and felt a fierce determination settle in my chest. Owen would never grow up in that cycle. I would break it here, today, with steel rails and security escorts and restraining orders if that's what it took. Julian's hand found the back of my neck. Grounding. It's a pattern, Sterling said gently. Generational trauma. He thinks this is rescue. This is love. Elena spoke from the doorway. I hadn't heard her come in. Catherine worked here in 1998, she said. ER nurse. She was good. Really good. She was going to be charge nurse. She paused. Your father showed up one day in 2001. Made a scene. Told her she belonged at home. She turned in her resignation that afternoon. I remember. She was crying. She gave up everything for him, I said. And now she's lost everything because of him, Elena said. Both of you. The room was quiet for a long moment. Julian broke the silence. The prosecutor's office will want to review this. The fabricated records. The HIPAA violations. I'll send the full file tomorrow, Sterling said. But Rosa, for tonight. They're gone. They're legally required to stay gone. And they will face consequences. I looked at Owen's empty isolette across the hall. Can I see my son now? I asked. Elena smiled. I'll bring him in. 3 days later, I was home. Owen in my arms. Julian driving us carefully through Seattle rain. My phone buzzed at 2:47 a.m. that first night home. Catherine. I'm sorry. I should have stopped him years ago. I stared at the message for a long time. Owen asleep in the bassinet beside my bed. Julian's breathing steady next to me. I didn't respond. 2 weeks later, Sterling called. Catherine Weathers filed for legal separation from Theodore Weathers this morning. 6 weeks later, a letter arrived. Handwritten. 4 pages. Postmarked Tacoma. I recognized my mother's handwriting. Julian found me in the nursery, reading it. Owen on my shoulder. What does it say? He asked. I folded it carefully. That she's in therapy, twice a week. That she's staying with her sister. That she knows the custody plan was wrong. That she's choosing differently now. Does she want to see Owen? No. She says she doesn't deserve to. Not yet. Maybe not ever. What do you want? I looked at Owen, at my son, at the life we were building. I don't know, I said. Ask me in a few years. 8 weeks later, I returned to UW Medical. Not to work. Not yet. Just to visit. I brought Owen. 8 weeks old. Finally filling out. Starting to smile. The cafeteria was warm. Familiar. Smelled like bad coffee and hand sanitizer and home. Sarah Okonkwo saw me first. Rosa. She brought the whole team. Case managers, social workers, patient advocates, people I'd worked alongside for 6 years. They passed Owen around gently, cooed, made the appropriate baby noises. Elena brought me coffee. Light cream. No sugar. She remembered. She sat down across from me. "How are you holding up?" she asked. I thought about it. Really thought about it. "Some days are hard," I said. "But I'm building something different. Something mine." Elena nodded, smiled. "That's what breaking cycles looks like." I looked down at Owen, asleep now in Elena's arms. Safe, protected, wanted. I thought about my father, about the custody petition gathering dust in some legal file, about the restraining order still in effect. I thought about my mother, about her letter, about the possibility of forgiveness, years from now, with boundaries and therapy and time. I thought about Gloria Weathers in 1985, about Amanda, about the pattern that had run through my family for 41 years, the pattern that ended here, not because they were defeated, though they were, but because I chose who gets access to my life, to my son, to my story. I chose. And that choice, that power to define who I am, who my family is, what love actually means, that's everything. Julian texted. On my way down. 5 minutes. I smiled. Owen stirred, opened his eyes, looked at me. I looked back at my son. We were free. That first night home, as I rocked Owen in the quiet darkness of our nursery, the weight of everything finally settled. The fear that I might have lost him still lingered in my chest like a bruise, but so did a new kind of strength. I had fought for him when I could barely move. I had chosen myself and my family when everyone expected me to stay silent. PTSD would come in waves. Nightmares of footsteps in the hallway, the sound of a diaper bag dropping. But so would the joy of watching Julian feed our son at 3 a.m. while humming off-key. One day, maybe, I would let my mother back in, slowly, with heavy boundaries and proof of real change. But right now, I was choosing peace. I was choosing us. And no one, not even the people who brought me into this world, could ever take that choice away again. Not because the villain lost, but because I won something better than revenge. I won myself back, and I won the right to write the next chapter. On my terms.